Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right. Oral communication. This is that time in our agenda where anyone from the public may speak on an item that is not on the printed agenda.
Good morning. My name is Joseph DiFilippo. I've addressed this board last meeting, and I'm addressing it again. The last meeting was the first meeting that I've ever been to, and I've been to many city council meetings in Las Vegas and in the Bay Area. And I'm just a little bit off about your procedures here. First of all, your mission statement says you encourage the public to come, but yet you have meetings when people have to go to work. I'm retired, so I can come, fortunately. Out here parking is the pits during this time of day, so the public's not going to come. Every council meeting I've been to has been around 7:30 at night. Throw some at night so some of the people that work can come attend these meetings. That's one of the things I have to say. Second thing I have to say is about attendance. Last meeting, one member came in late after the meeting was called to order. To me, that's very unprofessional, but maybe it's a fluke. I came here this time. It looks different. Everybody's here on time. Third of all, most biggest pet peeve I have, I'm limited to speak within so many minutes. Last time it was 2 minutes because there was a lot of speakers in line, okay? I expect undivided attention, which you guys are doing right now, not messing with laptops while we're talking. Last meeting, I sat and observed. People are down there dabbling on their laptop while the speaker's talking. You're going to give us 2 minutes. You want us to silence our cell phones. Please give us your undivided attention. And last of all, real simple fix. I'm new to this area. I come here. I see name tags, but not what people do. I don't know what Mr. Pedro does. I had to go looking on the internet when I got back and see that he's the county administrator. I automatically assumed he was a supervisor. So it would be real simple if you can change these name tags and put a title under all of them. Make it user-friendly. Make it public-friendly. These are some requests. I'm going to be attending many board meetings. Now I know who all the players are now, but I didn't last time. So, if you can just help out, make things a little bit more public-friendly, I think a lot of people, including myself, would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Kathy Peacock, and this morning I'm wearing the Commission on Aging hat. And this will be a little lightweight in comparison to the real business of the day. I just wanted to remind the board and the public that the centenarian luncheon of where we honor and recognize all people in Tuolumne County who are 100 years old and older. And then we also acknowledge those that are 96, 97, 98, and 99. And they come and have a free lunch up at the senior center, and we always invite the Board of Supervisors members and anybody else who would like to come and escort, sit with, talk with, and pretty much enjoy the luncheon themselves as well. So that will be October 4. It's a Wednesday at 11 a.m. And the second event that's coming up is the honoring and acknowledging of senior volunteers in the community. That will be November 9th. And that's to acknowledge and honor all those seniors that volunteer out in the community in any capacity, whether it's very large and long amounts of volunteer work or a simple thing that just helps one other person. So for that also, we'd like to have the Board of Supervisors assist us. They hand out the certificates and make comments to the public that's at those events as well. And the reason I'm asking you for your help in this is that they are your constituents. They live in your areas. You probably know those folks who should be included in these events. So thank you for your time, and I hope to see you there.
Kathy?
Yes.
Thank you. Could you just, so the Centenarian Luncheon is on October 4th, where and at what time?
At the Senior Center at 11 o'clock, and it usually lasts just about an hour.
And it's a wonderful event.
It is. It's a fun one.
For the volunteers on November 9th.
Right.
Time?
Thursday.
And the time?
11 o'clock
11
right
o'clock.
here.
All right.
At the Board of Supervisors chambers here.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thanks a lot.
Good morning, members of the board. Ethan Billigmeyer, Tuolumne County Administrator's Office. I just would like to take a moment to thank the Sheriff's Community Services Unit and all our volunteers from public health and other agencies this weekend that helped staff the cooling centers. So I was up in Groveland all day on Sunday, and just wanted to give a verbal shout out this morning to everyone who helped out with that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, and the public. Gary Stockel, representing the Air Pollution Control Officers, Air Pollution Control District this morning. As you're aware, besides our heat issues that have followed us through the weekend, we are having smoke impacts from wildfires throughout the state, and especially here in Tuolumne County. San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District, along with the Southern Mountain Counties Air Basin, which includes Calaveras, Tuolumne, and Mariposa, have issued an air quality alert. We have 2 fires that are mainly responsible for our smoke impacts. The McCormick, which is part of the Summit Complex up along Highway 108 in the Dardanelles area, which grew by 1,800 acres over the weekend, and is now over 3,000 acres, as well as the Railroad Fire, which is now over 10,000 acres, located in Mariposa County near Fish Camp. Those 2 fires are our major impacts for smoke. So we are having air quality that's in the moderate to unhealthy for sensitive groups. And those folks who are in sensitive groups would be children, the elderly, those folks with lung disease or heart disease. And they should follow their health management plans from their physicians regarding their safety. Although we have improving weather conditions this week, with lower temperatures expected and higher relative humidity, we are expected to have continued air impacts, especially since we have southwesterly winds, which will continue to bring in a lot of smoke from the Railroad Fire. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you, Gary.
Thanks.
Good morning. My name is Martha Golay. I live in Jamestown, and I'm here today to thank you, first of all, for considering item number 3 on your agenda, declaring September as Suicide Prevention Month. I do that in my capacity as a volunteer. I volunteer for it.
So, Martha?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but just from a process standpoint,
Yes.
if you're going to talk about item number 3, then I'd ask you to speak when I ask for public comment on the consent calendar,
Okie dokie.
just as a process.
All righty, will do.
Thank you.
Hello, board. My name's Don Reagan. I'm a resident of Groveland and work over there at Evergreen Lodge. And I'd like to know who and where I would file for a land grant petition.
So, Mr. Pedro,
I don't know, but I will find out. If we can
So-
get your contact information.
Okay. After the...
Mo, can you get his contact info? Thank you.
thank you.
Oh,
Good morning. I'm really disappointed not to see more people here since you're going to be talking about your final budget vote today. So shame on you to the public. And I would like to give a shout out to the Sheriff's Department because they've been taking care of kind of the Tuolumne County stepchild of Jamestown, and I just think they did an amazing job. And I think they deserve a public thank you because I don't even recognize Jamestown at the moment. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak under public comment?
Yeah, I can say it from here. Protest, you don't need a
Can you, and if it's a budget, sir, before you walk all the way up here, if it's a budget comment, then would you please address those under public comment when we bring up that item? The budget item will be...
I'm not following that. What? I want to talk about your wages that you want to increase. The answer is no.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Seeing no other public comment, will the chair please actually I'm going to use my chair's prerogative, and we are going to take care of just a couple of items before we go to our 9 a.m. appointment. Will the clerk please read item 22A? Actually, I'm sorry. Can you please read the consent calendar first?
So the consent calendar is the minutes of the meeting held August 15th through August 23rd, 2017. Finding that a summary of ordinance number 3318 was published, adopting a resolution proclaiming September 2017 as Suicide Prevention Month, adopting a resolution proclaiming September 2017 as Child Cancer Awareness Month, adopting a resolution proclaiming September 15th as National Prisoner of War Missing in Action Day in Tuolumne County, adopting a resolution approving the 2017-18 Tuolumne County tax rate pursuant to Government Code Section 29100, adopting a resolution rescinding resolution number 5714 designating county and local governmental agencies who must file a conflict of interest and the conflict of interest code for the county fire department, adopting a resolution continuing the local state of emergency as required by the California Emergencies Act, Article 14, Section 8630C due to pervasive tree mortality, adopting a resolution approving the volunteer fire assistance grant in the amount of $19,914.80, adopting a universal resolution designating the county administrator or deputy county administrator as a designated agent for the matters pertaining to financial assistance provided by the Federal Department of Homeland Security and subgranted through the state of California for fiscal years 2017, 18, 19, and 1920. Approving the appointment of Kimberly Phipps as an alternate board member to the California State Association of Counties Excess Insurance Authority Board of Directors. Approving the family and medical leave policy pursuant to the Federal Family and Medical Leave Act of 1993. Adopting the Merit System Service Vocational Trainee Classification and Assignment of Wage Range. Approving the acceptance of the allocation agreement for the Professional 56 Fund from the California Department of Public Health to the the Tuolumne County Public Health Tobacco Control Program. Approving the revised fiscal year 2017-18 agreement with the California Department of Social Services for adoptive services. Approving the notice of completion for the Special District Paving Maintenance 2016 project. Approving the reappointment of Carol Souther to the Area 12 Agency on Aging Advisory Council. Accepting the resignation of Lillian Cravens from the Oak Grove Cemetery District and Henry Gernhardt from the Shaw's Flat and Springfield Cemetery District, and directing the clerk to send a letter of appreciation and post a notice of vacancy. And declaring a vacancy on the Area 12 Agency on Aging and Tuolumne County Commission on Aging due to the passing of Marge Warner, and directing the clerk to post a notice of vacancy.
Would the members like to pull any item? All right. Is there any public comment on the consent calendar?
I'm back, and thank you for the education. I appreciate it. Again, my name is Martha Golay. I live in Jamestown, and I'm here to talk very briefly about the item 3, the consent for a proclamation declaring September National Suicide Prevention Month in Tuolumne County. And I come in this capacity. I work at ATCA. I am part of the prevention team. I have the wonderful privilege of doing suicide prevention trainings and mental health first aid trainings in our community. To date, we have trained over 950 people in our community to be aware and alert that their friends and colleagues may be having thoughts of suicide. We're able to do this through a grant that we've had from Tuolumne County Behavioral Health the last 4 years through their prevention early intervention process. I also come to you. I am the hospice bereavement coordinator for the hospital, and I also have the privilege of serving on the Tuolumne County Superintendent of Schools Board as a trustee for Area 5, which is Jamestown. I'm also serving on the Social Services Transportation Advisory Council. Why do I mention these things? simply because in all these capacities, I see a need for us to be alert and aware that our friends and neighbors, because of a crisis of hope, because of things building up, because of pain and tension, can be having thoughts of suicide. And we have the opportunity to sit with them, to ask them directly about that, and to make sure that they have the resources that they need. So thank you so much for listening, and I appreciate.
And thank you for the public comment.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm here, Carl Rotifer, as a veteran member of the public, thanking you for considering proclaiming a POW MI Day. Remembrance. I have a lot of friends that are impacted directly by people that are either still in POW or mostly in MIA status, and remembering this every year is a very important thing. Thank you very much.
All right, I'm looking for a motion.
I move we approve the consent calendar.
Second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Gray, a second by Supervisor Hanvelt. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Now, will the clerk please read item 22A?
This is consideration of approving correspondence supporting the ratification of the Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians newly executed gaming compact.
Ms. Peterson, before we have the staff report, I just want to say I am using my chair's prerogative. We normally try and stick very closely to our schedule. Occasionally, items do come up that present themselves that have a timely piece to it, and we are taking this item up so that we some of the representatives need to be in Sacramento.
Madam Chair, pursuant to Government Code 87-100, I am recusing myself from this item based on a conflict of interest due to my economic interest in the tribe as a source of income.
I'm also recusing myself. My wife's a tribal member, so I've been informed by county council. It's a right thing, safe thing to do. So.
Ms. Peterson.
Okay, Madam Chair, members of the board, Liz Peterson, County Administrator's Office. I am here this morning to request your board consider their support for the ratification of the Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians newly executed gaming compact. The Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians owns and operates Black Oak Casino in accordance with the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act of 1988. They executed their first gaming compact in 1999, pursuant to the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act. They now have a newly executed gaming compact that has been executed between the tribe and Governor Brown. It was executed last month, and hopefully will be ratified here at the end of this month. This new gaming compact would permit the tribe to continue operating Black Oak Casino beyond 2032. In your packet, or in your board packet, there is a letter from Tuolumne Miwok Tribal Council Chairman Kevin Day, who has requested your support for this item. Both County Council and CIO staff have reviewed the new compact for any potential impacts it could have to the county, as well as how it compares to the previous 1999 compact. In our analysis, this new compact adds more requirements to the tribe regarding formal noticing of the county in the event that the tribe would initiate any new projects or development. In addition, the new compact would establish a more thorough and detailed process by which the tribe will analyze and mitigate any potentially significant off-reservation environmental impacts of any proposed project. I just want to let you know that the voluntary MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, that has been in place since 2001 between the tribe and the county still remains in place and unchanged. The tribe will continue to provide or to make payments to the county to mitigate impacts of gaming in accordance with the terms of the MOU. So the tribe, I believe, will be in Sacramento tomorrow to request before the California legislature, both the state the Assembly and the Senate to request the ratification of this new gaming compact. And I just want to mention that it's a unique relationship that we have here at the county with the tribe, and they requested our support, and so I am here today requesting your board support with the attached correspondence there in your board packet. Thank you.
Are there any questions of staff? All right, at this time I'd like to open it up to public comment, and I would invite our tribal members that are here to come up first.
Well, first of all, thank you guys for having us here today, and I know this was kind of a late addition, and thank you for getting it on the agenda. And can we hire her? No. She is absolutely awesome. I don't know if you guys all heard that, but I don't got to say anything.
Not if you want us to pass this.
Anyway, my name is Robert Borsiaga. I'm the vice chairman for the Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians out here, and unfortunately, Kevin couldn't be here. He's down, as you guys mentioned, headed to SAC to deal with that stuff. And I don't know really what else to say. She kind of nailed it all there. Just that the Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians enjoys an excellent relationship with our local county government. We are pleased to know that that representatives of Tuolumne County are here today in support of the legislative approval of the new compact. Since 2001, like she mentioned, we have an MOU with the county, and that's not going to change. We will continue to provide the money that we do. The stuff that she didn't talk about is one thing this compact does for the tribe is it helps with our sovereignty and our self-reliance. The programs that we are able to fund, besides supporting the community and all the other things that we do, are our education system, our health system, our dental system, our housing for our tribal people. We have a social service department that helps tribal members and other natives throughout the county and everywhere else with needs and food and things like that. So this is a great thing for us, and we just want to ask for your continued support. Thank you for hearing us today, and I really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is John Otterson. I'm the executive director for the Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians, and like Robert said, the compact means a lot for the tribe, for self-reliance and sovereignty. And I just want you to know, you the county to know, that when we travel all around California and the U.S., our relationship with the county is known as probably the most positive in California. It's something to be very proud of, and we are proud of that. So we look forward to continuing to work with you. Thanks a lot.
Joe DiFilippo on Tuolumne Road up the hill here. A citizen, a taxpayer. I just have to say thank God you have a quorum here. Thank God 3 of you didn't walk out and you couldn't do a vote. So I'm glad to see that happen. But anyway, I'm in support of this. The Indians have a real good track record as long as I've been here. They have never caused any problems. They've always done real well. I think you guys ought to push this thing forward. I'm in favor. Thank you.
Is there any other public comment? All right, I'm going to bring this back to the board. Supervisor Rodefer.
Yeah, I think actually the fact that, by the way, there are administrative procedures if more than 2 of us have to recuse ourselves, that we can actually have 3 people vote on things. However, I think it is kind of a sign of how inextricably we are linked, the county government and the tribal government in this county, when 2 of our supervisors are directly impacted by things of a tribal nature. So I don't, you didn't say it strongly enough. I do travel throughout the state, and our tribal relations, I'll be right up front and strong as I can be. They are the best in the state by far. There's not even a close second. So I'm fully in support of this.
I'd just like to echo those comments. I do travel a fair amount, CSAC, RCRC, other public meetings, and the public doesn't understand that in many places the tribes and the local government are are kind of at each other's throat all the time. I mean, they're just arguing over everything, but we don't have that. And I like to brag about you guys because you're exactly right. When they say they have a problem with their tribe, I sit there and say, why? The tribe and are valued citizens of Tuolumne County, and you're real partners and players in our community, and I can't thank you enough for that, and I echo that. We do have the best relationship in the state. I wish others would follow the example, and I look forward to years of continuing that. So thank you very much. I'll move in favor of that recommendation.
And so before I ask for a vote, I want to echo the comments and sentiments of my colleagues and say publicly that actually this compact strengthens that, because you had language in there that talked about further consultation. And so this relationship is a two-way street, and that communication has been so critical to the success of the relationship that we have with the tribe, between the tribe and the county. And so I applaud the recognition of that in this compact and look forward to a number of years continuing that having that two-way dialogue and relationship. Thank you for all those efforts. So with that, I have a motion from Mr. Pedro?
Just before you vote, in addition to the correspondence you're about to consider, I know the tribe said if the board was able, if there was representatives that could actually participate in the testifying tomorrow, that would be even more reinforcement.
I can't.
And so I am going to be there to speak on behalf of the board. I additionally have a CSAC meeting in Sacramento on Thursday, and so I will get the details, time and appointments, and make a presentation on behalf of this board with consent from the board.
Absolutely.
All right, so with that, I have a motion from Supervisor Hanfeld, a second from Supervisor Rotifer. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 3-0 with Supervisor Royce and Gray recusing themselves. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. We are going to go to closed session. We have two items that could have a potential budget implication. And so before we have our budget appointment, I would ask the clerk to read our closed session items A and B. Before you do that, if we could have Supervisors Royce and Gray rejoin us.
So this is closed session. Two items: conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Authority Government Code Section 549569D1, Mark Kurzich versus Tuolumne County, United States District Court, Eastern District of California, case number 116CV01116DAD-SAB. And the next item is conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, Authority Government Code Section 549569D2, and that would be one case.
Is there any public comment? All right. Do we anticipate a report out? All right. With that, we will adjourn to closed session. Mr. Hanfeld, will you please join us? We are back from closed session and have nothing to report out. I want to extend my sincere apologies to both the staff and the public for the delayed time of our 9 a.m. appointment. We unfortunately had the two items that we had to discuss in closed session. But my sincere apologies. I know your time is very valuable also. With that, will the clerk please read the 9 a.m. appointment?
This is a public hearing to consider adopting all budget actions contained in the fiscal year 2017-18 budget document, including personnel recommendations, and information technology capital project list, the appropriation limit computation method and resulting limits, and the fiscal year 2017-18 adopted budget resolution.
All right, staff report.
Okay, Madam Chair, members of the board, just by way of review, on June 20th, staff came before you for you to consider and approve the 17-18 recommended budget, which is what your board actually did. And without going into the background, that was the culmination of several months of effort along the way. Just in summary, that budget was just under $220 million, I believe the largest that the county's ever passed. In our governmental funds, which where your main operating capital budgets are, there was about a $40 million increase from the adopted 16-17 budget to the recommended 17-18, and that really was a reflection of a lot of major capital projects that were included in this budget, and the beginning of our SB 1 new transportation funding coming in for road maintenance. On page 2 is just a chart of some of the changes that your board did approve staff-wise, net reduction of just over 10 full-time positions. All those new position changes were outlined. Outlined above were approved and recruitments authorized in the case of any increases in staffing. When we convert a recommended budget to a final or approved budget, we have a hearing such as we're doing today, and in preparation for that, we look at some major factors. We look at our fund balance changes, our general revenue changes, state and federal budget actions, and over the next few years, we'll continue to look at our major capital projects, in particular the law and justice projects. By way of fund balance, those changes in projected to final fund balances are contained in tab 2, attachment A. Overall, fund balances were $1.8 million higher than originally projected. The general fund had a combination of increased revenue, lower expenses for about an $816,000 improvement. Amongst your human service agency funds, health, social services, and behavioral health, those ended the year better than anticipated to the tune of $1.9 million due to significantly lower expenses. And unfortunately, the road construction fund came in an estimated $972,000 lower due to simply an error in calculating that ending balance. As far as your general revenue changes, there's a lot of changes amongst your individual lines in your property tax, sales tax, TOT, things like that. But for all those changes, it was a net decrease in pure general revenues within the general fund of just under $93,000. And we did have an offsetting increase in your state realignment funding of just over $110,000. It's increased revenue, but you transfer that right back out to those realignment funds, so in and out. As far as state and federal budget actions, actually is fairly quiet on the Western Front, if you will. We were given some new regulations or proposed regulations with respect to the SB1 road capital money, and that the biggest thing of consequence there is we moved that funding out of the road capital fund to the road fund, mixing it in with our other road maintenance activities, which was the thrust, of the SB1 funding. In the area of IHSS and home supportive services, as your board's well, yes, sir.
On the road thing, with all this, there's a maintenance of effort, right?
Yes.
Does that include? I was just thinking about this because I know that NACO WIR is going to be in Washington pursuing PILT, but PILT looks like it's going to work. They're going to pursue SRS, and we aren't getting SRS. Does the maintenance effort include the Secure Rural Schools money?
No, and it's based on general fund transfers.
Okay, I just want to make sure of that.
Okay.
I never know how they play that game.
Yep, good question. The only other thing of note is within home supportive services, your board's aware there was trailer bill language that fortunately delayed the big financial impacts related to the new maintenance of effort levels for counties until fiscal 2019-20. As far as law and justice project budgeting, there's a breakdown in the middle of page 3. Shows small amounts carried over on juvenile and on, I call it the road and infrastructure project. That's our portion of the transit, project. Small amounts to carry those, to pay those things off. That activity should be completed within the next couple months, we hope. The big item there is just over $15 million for the new jail. And the real story there is that due to delays in the state approval of those plans, it's just today that your board's considering going out to bid on that project. We hope to be under construction, back in July. Due to those delays, it's going to push the majority of that project into fiscal 18-19, and thus we're reducing the expenses that were projected from $29.9 million to $15 million as far as the jail project alone. So that's a big shift. The costs aren't going away. We're just shifting it from one year to the other. The other thing we'll look at as we convert from a recommended to an adopted budget is just looking at department level changes. If there's offsetting revenues, expenses, unanticipated reductions or increases, we try to put those in here. At the bottom of page 3, one multi-department item was related to the Detweiler fire. There was increased overtime costs that were incurred. But fortunately, there was reimbursement related to those.
So what's the net on that? Or do we know yet?
Do you have the number off the top of your head? It's basically a wash with maybe a little bit to the good, actually, because there was it covered not just overtime, but even straight time to some degree.
Good, because the sheriff was concerned about covering his overtime if we're getting it covered. That's good.
Do you want to comment?
Just so your board is aware, when I made the adjustments to the budgets for the revenue that would be brought in as a result of the expenses incurred, I did increase any overtime that they expended by that same amount that they expended, so it would be a wash for them. There would not be any loss of overtime from the fire.
Makes sense.
And, of course, that would be, that's why I mentioned under multi-department area, because it wasn't just the sheriff, but sheriff coroner budget, but boat patrol, T&T, roads, CRA, and animal control were all impacted by this. Also in the board's cost center, based on discussion at the August 23rd meeting, the budget for board salaries has been increased to allow for mid-year implementation of board salaries if you so choose to do that later today. But that is built into the budget already. Contingencies in the general fund have been increased by roughly $386,000 on the strength of the increased fund balance. Consistent with goals set forth by your board for myself, there's also a mid-year conversion of an existing deputy county administrator position to an assistant county administrator position, so no additional positions, just converting one. And there's about $12,000 in the budget to allow for that. I'm going to skip and go to just a few of these items. Tree mortality, the cost centers.
Hold it.
Go ahead.
On your other item there, you call it economic development, but
sure.
Increased transient occupancy tax.
Right. That went up. The revenue went up about $200,000.
So we get $150,000 in our general fund.
Net. Right.
Yeah.
$200,000 increase revenue, $50,000 increase in the expense out to Visitors Bureau.
Was that increase over what was expected in first time around?
Yes.
Okay.
Tree mortality, that center's also anticipated revenue appropriations were increased from that recommended and the recommended budget just based on more current projections, but again, offsetting revenue and expense. Again, I'm picking some of the more material items under radio communications. This cost center was moved from the Fleet Internal Service Fund to the General Fund. The total impact of the General Fund is just under $60,000, which is offset by reduced expenses in other General Fund cost centers, such as the Sheriff, Probation, and OES. That's so we can isolate Fleet all by itself. And we also have radios and isolated by themselves, so you can track it. That was one of the concerns expressed, by the board. Top of page 5, there's a new cost center that's been established by the Auditor Controller Debt Service. This cost center was created in order to provide a comprehensive view of general fund supported debt payments and history Payments for the PERS Safety Side Fund, county capital projects, and Jamestown Mine now reside in this cost center. I'll just pause there. For example, the mine pretty much existed only to pay the debt service, from the litigation obligation bond taken out several years ago. But now that instead of having a cost center pretty much just for its own debt payments, it's now in this debt cost center. And then once borrowing is formalized for the new ERP system, which is finance, budget, HR software, and for the law and justice projects we'll talk about later today, those payments will also be moved into this cost center, so all of that general fund supported debt payment will be focused in there. Under public health, behavioral health, and social services, again on the strength of increased fund balances, most of that money, there's more activity involved, but most of that increase in fund balance is being applied into their contingencies. And that's important to note a little in a moment I'll point that out. So in your memo, everything that just preceded what I've discussed captures the major changes between the recommended and the adopted budget proposal as it sits. So we try not to change anything. It's pretty much just updates on the recommended budget with a few notable items. So the package that is before you today with all of those increases, or changes, I should say, sets this budget instead of close to $220 million now, it's about $204 million still, one of the largest we've ever had, but significantly less. And the primary reason for that reduction, again, is the shift in when that cost is going to hit for the new jail, about $15.6 million less this year, and that'll be shifted into the 18-19 fiscal year. So we're still going to pay it out. It's just what year are we going to do that in? And then the top of page 7 is just restatement. If you compare, from adopted budget to this adopted budget proposal before you today. But again, it's just a different way of looking at it and comparing. On page 7, you have your budget policy compliance section we put into every final budget document. Just looking at how are we doing in complying with each of our budget policies. And based upon the evaluation in this memo, the budget fully complies with 3 of the 10 policies, substantially complies with 1, partially complies with 4, does not comply with 3. And I wanted to focus on just 4 of these policies. Policy number 1 is balance your annual operating budgets without the use of one-time money. This does not comply with it. The policy, the general fund's use of one-time revenue supporting ongoing expenses is at 1.5% of the total budget. But I do want to note this is an improvement compared to 2.9% in 16-17. So that reliance on one-time money, with this budget, your board has cut that reliance in half. And that's the right place to be. So if we keep moving like that, then we'll get this thing in full compliance in the coming years. We'll see. Policy number 3, non-earmarked general fund contingencies should be budgeted at 1% of the total operating budget for governmental funds, stating that this substantially complies. 1% of the pure governmental operating budgets, that's the combined governmental budgets less capital budgets, would be approximately $1.35 million. General fund contingencies in this proposal are approximately $958,000. Mitigating the variance between the policy target and the budgeted general fund contingencies are large contingencies that have been established within the Human Service Agency funds. And that's something I know, Debbie's mentioned in the past, that don't lose too much sleep because we've also increased, those contingencies and those other funds. So that's a tip of the hat to the auditor controller to mention that. Budget goal number 6, the bottom of page 8. And this is something I think your board should be proud of, and I know you've touted this with the public. You want to prioritize funding for public safety and road maintenance services, and I would say that we fully comply here. Never seems to be enough money, but with what you do have, approximately 50% of the general fund's discretionary revenue continues to be budgeted to support public safety departments. So there's no doubt what's most important, with this board. And then with the passage of SB 1, that's the transportation funding package this year, a significant increase in funding for basic road maintenance will be injected into the county. And in the memo is a breakdown of the latest projections from CSAC of what that money will look like. It starts modestly this year at $940,000, and then in subsequent years it grows to $2.4 million, $3.4 million, $3.8 million, and then in fiscal 2021-22 to almost $4.1 million. So not so much this year, but probably in 18-19, and as we move forward, then I think the public, this board and the public will start seeing significant changes on the ground in road maintenance activities throughout the county, and that's mainly, it's a combination of our road crews and contracted work, but the preponderance of that will be accomplished through contracted road maintenance work. And then it's also important to note that and this is something that Supervisor Hanvelt just hit on a second ago, note that SB 1 requires a fixed ongoing maintenance of effort transfer, and that is just above $942,000 per year from the general fund to the road fund, and that's slightly higher than the $750,000 annual contribution that your board had already been putting towards roads. And while this is going to greatly help your road maintenance efforts, to really get to really catch up, it'd take a lot more money to do that, and then to maintain it at a good level. But this is going to be a great start. Something had to happen, and it did. And all of us at Travel Roads will start seeing a difference here in the coming years. And the last one I wanted to hit on is Policy 7. It says to strive to provide funding to adequately maintain existing plant and infrastructure. Again, there's a nod given to the SB 1 funding and the help that's going to be to our road maintenance effort. Something that I've reported to your board that the FAA and the state are willing to go in on a $40+ million package to make wonderful improvements to the Columbia Airport out there, and that's welcome news. There will be a county share of match that it'll be a share of costs that we'll need to be budgeting for over the next 5 years. But this is great news. This is by far the greatest investment in Columbia Airport's history, and that's hats off to our airport manager Benny Sudduth, doing a great job out there. And then the last remaining need is staffing and funding to adequately maintain the county's buildings and grounds. This need was recognized as a priority during the board's 2017 planning retreat. Unfortunately, this adopted budget proposal does not contain any additional resources to address that particular need, and that's something that we're really going to have to look at in the coming year. The needs are greater. A lot of square footage out there, and it's just asking too much of the existing staff, that we have. But I know you don't disagree with that. We just need to look and find ways to bolster that in the coming years. Skipping down to the bottom of page 9, again, this personnel section talks about, in addition to what you already did in the recommended budget, what other changes are in here. It talks about the conversion of the one existing position to another in my office, and then one additional program specialist, and that's in the health department, and that's supported by Prop 56 tobacco revenue that the voters approved, so that's 100% offset. So there's really only a 1 FTE net change in this budget. And I'm going to pause right here and mention that passed along the dais was an updated allocated position chart. Something your board did approve in the middle of last year was the .48 veteran service officer position, and that was not reflected in your allocated position chart. So I just wanted to note that's the updated chart for that. Again, it reports how your general contingencies have been increased to just under $958,000. There's a breakdown of your use of one-time funding, which I described already when we were talking about policies. And that leads us to, what more might your board want to consider in putting into this budget? When we adopted the recommended budget back in June, there were 3 specific things that your board asked us to come back to you with. and that was proposals on how to restore services in recreation and library, and also to increase the amount of money that we have set aside for our water consultant. On those options are broken out starting on page 11. There are two options before you to consider for library. One, it does restore some of your bookmobile, but not all the way to where it was, and it does not provide enough funding in case people get sick and actually take vacations and things like that. It can impact the hours of operation at your libraries. That option is about $16,000. If you want to go back to full services status quo to where we were before, that would be option B, and that's just under $22,000. For your consideration. So if you want the one that puts it all back and no notable changes in your services, it's option B. In recreation, as we looked at that, I did want to point out that when we looked at the position that was taken out, which was kind of the key to allowing us to restore all those contracted services, it was it was an activity coordinator position, and we discovered something, and that was that our activity coordinator made less than the clerical person in that office. And this position is degreed, comes with a lot of responsibilities, and we're suggesting to you that that needs to be fixed. So we give you scenarios of what would it look like if we just restored the position and those services without making an adjustment in salary. That's option A. I'm not really recommending it, but just so you have it. B, reinstates the activity coordinator at an appropriate salary range. And I'll mention that number is just under $38,000, and that can net cost to bring back that position at proper salary and those services. There is a third option, option C. I just wanted to put it out there that this scenario is slightly different, and that it adds a recreation director instead of an activity coordinator, as well as reinstating all activities. This addition of a director is worth consideration as, like the library, it would allow for operational issues to be dealt with by a director. This will be the first time since 2010 that the recreation department, like the library, would have one go-to everyday person on the ground in the department, and that would also free my office from doing direct supervision of major division or departmental operations. So better supervision on the ground, and it also gets my office out of the business of managing the day-to-day operations of a major division or department. Water consultant, we just put the amount of money that is necessary to restore that to the full scope of services originally envisioned, just under $36,000. Again, your board could choose whatever amount up to that amount. And then there are three, in addition to those three things that your board asked us to bring back, there are three other items in here. One, we said we'd bring it back for discussion, is $45,000 for your consideration for the Arts Alliance, noting some transition in the executive director position there and their ongoing efforts to make themselves self-sustaining. There's also funding, $9,000 proposed to you to consider adding back full year funding for SWIFT. Their funding went away with Secure Rural Schools, and the Supervisor Hanvelt just mentioned. You get great economy, great value, for that service. So $9,000 is not a lot, but it's not in the budget, so I knew you'd want to at least have that number. And then lastly, the Highway 108 Fire Safe Council. I think your board fully recognizes the value of that organization and what that group of volunteers has done an outstanding service for our community. They're looking at adding an executive coordinator to help them do what they do so well and do more of it in a better organized manner, and have submitted a request for $25,000 for the first year of this position, and then $20,000 ongoing to help them do the good work for this community. So that's a lot, as quickly as I could say it. So this is a balanced budget. that's before you. Got your contingencies back up where they should be. Less reliance on one-time funding for ongoing expenses in the prior year, and some additional things for your consideration. And I should say, any of those things at the end that you may want to consider adding, don't have any magic places to come back with funding on. If you're going to add them, it should come out of your general fund contingencies, unless your board wanted to go back and defund some other area of county government. And so, Madam Chair, with that, that would end my presentation. But after your deliberations, I know a critical part of our approval process is also hearing from the Auditor Controller on her appropriation limit computations. We can take that now or later.
So first I want to ask if there are any board questions on the staff report. No questions? All right. Actually, what I'd like to do is, this is going to be a public hearing, actually. So before we open the public hearing, want to take just a 10-minute break, so that I'm going to convene, and we will reconvene at 10:35. Thank you. All right, we are going to reconvene, and we will hear from our auditor controller, but her recommendation is really based on any potential changes that this board might take.
Correct. Going
correct
over the
intro-
GAN limit right now is kind of premature, because if we change any of the numbers that is before you, it will change my calculation. So why do it twice?
Thank you for that clarification. All right, so with that, I will open the public hearing at 10:35 and invite anyone to come up to the podium and speak on the recommendations as proposed in the agenda item.
Members of the board, I'm Glenn Gottschall. I'm the president of the Highway 108 Fire Safe Council. I just want to really thank you for your consideration of our proposal. We've been working diligently with other fire safe councils, checking out what they might do in the same situation that we became. And within this state, there's probably a high percentage of fire safe councils that have this kind of a position. We have what I would really want to do is allow you a chance to just digest what is in the document itself and be available for just any questions that you might have. But I see there's a number of different factors that have really affected this decision by our board. Hang on, I got to get my glasses. Unfortunately, eyesight changes. The board members and the office of this organization are all volunteers. That's number one. The only payment that any of our board members receive is on-the-ground project management. And we've been set up that way ever since we started. A real factor that has influenced the workload and the change in how our funding is being spent right now is tree mortality. We're in a situation where we've got 50 miles of fuel breaks, and now we got a bunch of dead trees in them. At this point in time, we've not really been able to get you might say, ahead of that problem, and we really need to. So maintenance of these fuel breaks is now becoming a severe problem. State grant requirements have also changed. For an example, we have one of our grants, which is a considerable amount of money, that was delayed from the grant is 2 years. We're now into down to 6 months in order to complete that grant, mainly because of changes. When something like that happens, traditionally the state doesn't allow you to extend those grants. So we're up against it. And if you've noticed with all of this going on in this county in regards to tree mortality, it's really hard to get contractors now. Most of our contractors are saying, come back in 6 months. We might be able to bid on something. Also, due to the just fire situation within the state the last couple of years, availability of hand crews from our trusted source with CDC and CAL FIRE have almost evaporated during the summertime. So that means that our costs probably will go up tremendously in order to finish some of those grants. And then, of course, I alluded to shaded fuel break maintenance needs, and that is another key component. But at this point, if you have any questions, I'd be really glad to answer.
So I've got a couple questions real quickly, Glenn. First of all, can you give us an idea of how much the 108 Fire Safe Council got in grant funding this year? What was that number?
The total that we received for this year's funds was down because we recognized the workload. We had to pull back on a lot of our project management just because we couldn't, we just didn't have the project managers. Last year was the maximum that we've ever gotten, and that was in the neighborhood of $800,000.
800,000. And even though you're backed off a little bit, I know you're still doing a tremendous amount of work. And I just want to recognize and really, this is an all-volunteer group, and you've been doing this as volunteers for how many years?
It's going on now for 12 years.
12 years.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And you guys just are a tremendous service to the county, and I don't think there's anybody that's going to really debate that. I guess my question is, would there? I know with SWIFT, that is a joint effort with Mariposa County.
Yes.
And I understand because of some of the, how the county lines intersect, and that work really is with both counties. I guess I'm wondering have you explored combining the 108 and SWIFT?
No, SWIFT is obviously just a agency coordinating group. They don't actually do fuel breaks like Fire Safe Council. Also, we have just talked to and gotten approval from the Yosemite Fire Safe Council that we're going to share this executive coordinator position.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, I just think for the public, they need to know about the tremendous amount of work these guys do. We had a little incident that started the day before Butte Fire. It started in this county. It was called Oak Fire. And I think our Cal Fire people would agree with what I'm going to say, and that is because Barry Rudolph was up there during active fire. As a direct result of the work that the Fire Safe Council did just above where that fire started, they were able to hold the line. And that fire became 106 acres, and it could very well have been ahead of Butte Fire and causing the same kind of activity. I mean, you just have. My comment is, if they come to you and ask you if they can do some fire break work on your land, say yes. You're saving the county, and I mean, I can't say enough about what you guys have done. So I appreciate that you're here and trying to make it better. We depend on you, and tree mortality has made it worse, and that's not going away. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, just a quick comment. Thank you for the work you do. Bringing in $800,000 in a short period of time for getting the job done is really important. And and I don't want to make this sound like it's a bad thing, but I notice a lot of you guys are getting a little long in the tooth. and I think having somebody to coordinate is going to be really helpful, and I think you'll be able to do even more with this.
Well, thank you.
Yeah. Just an observation.
All right. Any other questions? Thank you, Glenn.
Thank you.
My name is Tom Mannix. I live in Sonora Hills, across from the Adventist Health Center on Greenlee Road. I speak this morning on behalf of the board of the Tuolumne County Friends of the Library. I'm not going to repeat the two options that face you that involve the library, option A and option B. Craig has given you the details. I will urge you to approve option B. I'm sure that doesn't surprise you. The board is concerned about the status of the library, and we've noticed the ad in the paper for the position that closes on October 4th, and we will be following that development very closely. This is neither the time nor the place to pursue the concern of the library's place, but the current structure doesn't serve, I don't think, and the board doesn't think, the county's administrator's office well, or the board, or the library and its staff, and most importantly, the Tuolumne children and adults that the library serves. I think the planning for the next budget cycle is already underway, and I propose the supervisors authorize a discussion involving the supervisors representatives to the library, the county administrator's office, the library staff, and the Friends. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Chris Day, and I'm president of Friends of the Tuolumne County Library. This year, we are celebrating Tuolumne County Public Library's 100th anniversary. 59% of the county's residents have library cards. Residents rely on, use, and enjoy the library's programs and services. To that end, I have 3 comments regarding the budget. First, for the other funding requests for the board's consideration, I urge you to adopt option B for the library funding. Second, in 2015, the board chose not to include the library in the 5-year sustainability plan. I feel that going forward, the library should be part of the budget sustainability planning. Therefore, when you meet in January 2018 for the planning retreat, I urge the board to include the library funding in the 2018 through 2022 5-year plan. Finally, we know that expenses will increase over the foreseeable future. So new revenue streams are essential to enable the county to provide services the residents want and need. I urge the board to focus on plans to develop new business opportunities in tourism in order to generate new revenue streams that will ensure the good health of the county in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak?
I was waiting for the gentleman from the back to come up. So I want to look at things, are they a smart investment or spending money that you don't have? And I've seen an awful lot of polarizing comments over the past couple of weeks regarding your salary increases. And I found it fascinating that a lot of people had a lot of opinions that I've never seen in this room. So I know how hard you all work, and I'm in support of a salary increase for the Board of Supervisors positions, and I'm in support of option A, because you guys make a measly pittance little salary, and I wouldn't do this for that amount of money. And then on some other things, I'm not in favor of the 2 that are coming in with these late budget requests, because I didn't see any options in there for fundraising. So I know the Fire Safe Council does a lot of things, but it's kind of late in the day to come in and ask for something new in this budget. And I would like to see some fundraising increases on their, or fundraising efforts on their behalf. And for the Arts Council, their board can't even get along, and they have done some fundraising efforts on their own, which have been pretty anemic. So I'm not in favor of giving them $45,000 when they don't seem to do much to help themselves. And then we're looking at a lot of money being spent on the IT improvements, the debt service that I understood was going to be like $2.4 million, the increases to the Juvenile Justice Center, the delays and the increases for the Law and Justice Center, your PERS liability. We spent a lot of money on trees. I'm not sure what we need John Mills for. So I'm not really in favor of that either. If we have another big fire, then your contingencies are going to be affected by that. So I think we ought to pay for what we have to pay for, and some of the luxuries we don't. And once again, I am in favor of an increase for the Board of Supervisors salary. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike Ayala. I come this time as president of Bellevue Oaks Mutual Water Company and the Fire Safe Council request. Last year we had, it seems like 167 dead standing trees at Phoenix Lake and Creekside. We were having difficulty trying to figure out how we would pay for the standing, let alone over 100 trees laying down dead and dying. And we were afraid of a fire, match in the wrong place. And the bids we were getting were from 8,000 to 10,000. We're a small water district of 167 connections. And we reached out to the Fire Safe Council, and over a period of a few months, they were able to resolve the issue with the work crews from the fire camps, and within 4 days, the threat was mitigated. So I'm here to speak in favor of the Fire Safe Council request. It doesn't look like a long-term request. It looks like a one-time, maybe a two-time, and then it becomes financially sustainable. So I would ask you to vote in favor of that request. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Josh White, Unit Chief and Tuolumne County Fire Chief. I also want to speak out in favor of the Highway 108 Fire Safe Council. They're fantastic partners on the CAL FIRE and Tuolumne County Fire front. The money that they're asking for is less than an insurance policy, but the benefits that we garner as a community are fantastic. Supervisor Hanfelt cited the Big Hill fuel break that saved us from the Oak incident. A lot of hard work that went into that early on. A lot of great firefighting during the fire. But we see this time and time again. Within days, we saw that on the McColmy Hill during the Butte fire. We saw that on the McColmy Hill fuel break. And just this year on the Detweiler fire, we were able to take advantage of those fuel breaks that Swift put in and open up a large swath of land to protect us from that Detweiler fire coming from Mariposa and threatening Tuolumne County. So this is a huge, fantastic opportunity for us to jump on and get an insurgence of additional work that can be done around this county. And additionally, I would be remiss if I didn't say, let's not forget that it also provides for firefighter safety. It is a fantastic tool and opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? All right, I am going to close the public hearing at 10:52 and bring this back to the board. Supervisor Royce.
I'll break the ice. First of all, compliments to staff. I think this final budget is an improvement. Through all of this process, each iteration has improved and become better. And I know you guys have worked very, very hard together with a lot of different people, so thank you for all of that effort. Let's see. I guess the first thing I'd want to address is the budget policies. And Mr. Pedro, you laid it out very well. I think we're on track to being in compliance with the priorities and policies that we've set forth. I would like to urge you to continue to move towards meeting that 1% requirement. And additionally, I want to highlight reserves. As you stated, right now, we're looking at, you said $220 million with the timing issue for jail numbers, right about $204 million, one of the biggest budgets this county has ever had. And the economy is relatively strong. I started in 2011 here, and year after year, this was a miserable job, extremely painful. A lot of people lost jobs, made large concessions. Services were reduced for our community, and we experienced an economy where people were losing their homes, losing their jobs, having to move, and it was grim. So right now, things are pretty good. We've got a lot of money here. Even though we've got a lot of money, still the same thing. There's cuts. It's always a matter of priorities, and we have to figure out what fits in and what doesn't. And through bargaining this last year, I think we were able to meet some of the promises and some of the commitments we've had to our employees that stuck with us. And I think some of this pain that we're experiencing is because of that commitment, but I still think it's the right thing that we did. But my point in this whole part of my comments is that right now, with all the money and the fat we have, we should be setting reserves aside because the economy will change. The business cycle will go through its process, and a couple years goes by, and things could be different. We're at a peak, and we should be putting money away. So this year, with all the priorities and the things we're doing, I think it's good. Strategically, I think everybody needs to hear it through our organization. We need to do that. In the next 2-3 years, I think we still have a window of opportunity where we can put some money away to help ourselves when things contract, because it's not going to get too much better. It's not going to be sunny forever. So just words of I just want to emphasize that. I'm excited to see some money through the next few years going into road and infrastructure. It's a huge downfall in our county and even more so across the whole state. In a lot of ways, it's out of our hands, but it is an essential service, and that's moving in the right direction. As far as all of the menu of options that you've kind of laid out for us, first of all, before we even go there, because really the only option you laid out was using contingencies to fund some of those things, or going back and defunding some of the things that are included. And I don't have anything specific that I want to defund except for board salaries. I don't feel it's prudent to increase our salaries. I think that we definitely earn it. I think we put a workload and a commitment and time and effort and energy that far exceeds the compensation. I think that you should. I deeply feel that you sit in this seat not because it's a job or because it's a career, but because it's a sacrifice and something you do out of passion and love for the community and our county. And although you look at other counties and they pay themselves much more, to me, it's a matter of credibility. And I feel like it undermines the credibility of our board to give ourselves more money, because I don't think we really need it. I've heard the arguments that it attracts more people. It would open up the field. And I think we have an outstanding board. I think every single person that's here brings unique attributes and skill sets. And I think we all share a deep level of dedication that I don't think any money would buy. It transcends money. And like I said, the credibility of our board, I believe, is compromised by doing that, and I just don't support the action. That being said, that leaves a little chunk of money. I don't know exactly what that would equate to, and maybe Debbie can lay that out specifically. But some of the things that I would look at as a priority are, and maybe I have some questions here. As far as the library goes, I'm concerned about hours of operations. I want to make sure we're not closing the doors at all beyond what we should be. As far as the inner workings and the positions, I'm not a real technical guy when it comes to the librarian hierarchy. Doesn't mean a lot to me. I want the doors open. I want people to be able to go in, grab books, hang out, have meetings, use the computers, apply for jobs, all the fun stuff they do. That's the important thing. So maybe you can address what that means, what the money means regarding hours. And I'll go through kind of my list here, and I'll try to get her done. Rec department, same thing. We talked about a rec director versus the activity coordinator. I'm interested in what that means for kids in the summertime and the boots on the ground, what that means for the services. I'm open to spending money there. The water consultant, I am going to defer because I know other board members are going to chime in on that, along with the Arts Alliance. The two that I'm absolutely set on are Swift and FireSafe, and it's a no-brainer. The amount of return on that investment is huge. We've lived through rim fires and all kinds of fires, and without the work that they do, we leave ourselves extremely vulnerable. So both of those requests, I believe, need to be funded. And with that, I'll close my comments for now, I guess.
Supervisor Rutherford.
Okay, I'll be a little briefer. I agree with Supervisor Royce on the SWIFT and the FireSafe 108 FireSafe Council. I want to see those in. Okay. I think, as far as I'm concerned, the Arts Alliance is how much we give them is a function of how much pain we want to absorb in our contingency account. We've been giving it to them every year, and they haven't really changed their model in terms of fundraising. I happen to agree with the member of the public that spoke. I'd like to see them out more actively doing fundraising. So I'm kind of soft on that one. As you know, I am very much in favor of putting the money back in for John Mills, our water consultant. The money that we took out, first of all, the full amount of the contract, which would that $35,850 would get us back to, is approximately, and I don't remember the exact amount, but it's approximately about a third less than we had in his contract last year. So he's already taking a hit, and he's doing some incredibly important work for us in terms of helping us with lobbying efforts, principally in Washington, D.C. It's saving us a lot of money in terms of travel and stuff like that. So I think it's probably not quite as much as he's as the plus up in his contract would be, but it's still that $35,850 is not. If we tried to cover it ourselves, we'd be spending a lot of that money. And then as far as the libraries and recreation both, I don't want to cut, and when I say cut, I mean pre-2017-18. I don't want to cut the level of services there. This budget is not about, I'm sorry about the recreation piece, I can't help myself. This budget is not about making recreation better, okay? Right now we're talking about not making them worse, okay? So option C on that one is a non-starter as far as I'm concerned. And then we can debate on both the libraries and the rec. If they don't take some cuts, they're going to be two of the, I think, only business areas that don't get a cut in this budget. Okay, you got to remember that we just spent, and I disagree with Supervisor Royce. We are not going up. Our revenues are going up, but our cost of doing business is going up much greater than our revenues are. We have a revenue issue that we are going to try and resolve, but this is not sustainable. We cannot continue to see the revenue increases that we are with the cost of doing business going up the way it is without looking at the revenue side of our fiscal situation. So we just went through one of the toughest cut drills that we've gone through since the Great Recession. And anybody that doesn't believe it can talk to any one of the department heads that work very, very hard to make this budget a reality. And I thank them again for that, as I have every chance I've had in the past. So I agree that we need to be looking at ways to increase our reserves. We also need to be increasing our contingencies back up. But the reality is we can't do business and do those things right now without addressing our revenues. And we're going to do that outside of the budget. We're committed to that. But this budget there is no fluff in this budget. I promise you that. So with that being said, I'm going to support both the fire safe programs requests. I'm going to support putting John Mills $35,850 back in, and I would support either one of the options on the library and the rec department, but not option C on the rec. Okay. Thank you.
Supervisor Hanfeld.
Okay, thank you. I echo what Supervisor Rutherford said. This is not an easy thing. This budget may be one of the biggest we've ever had, but it's not got a lot of luxury in it, and we all went through that. First of all, without a doubt, I support the Fire Safe Council, both Swift and 108. That pays dividends that you won't see, but necessarily. But I hate to think where we'd be without them. It's just been proven time and time again. The work that Swift did, I believe, saved a lot of the South County during rimfire, and that was told to me time and time again. I saw what happened at Oak Fire and some of these others. So, to me, that's just a no-brainer. I do want to make a comment about libraries. Look, libraries don't have a bigger supporter than me because our library in particular is such an important part of our community. But I do have to say, and I can support option B. There's not that much difference between that and option A, but the bookmobile does go to some places where it is hardly used. I mean, that's a problem for me. We have to look at where we're putting our resources, and if we send the bookmobile to some place where one or two people show up and we're shutting down the library because we haven't got somebody to keep it open, that doesn't make sense to me. So we got to really look at where we're getting the most use out of that, and I love the library. They've stayed relevant. They're an important part of people's lives, so I don't want to shortchange the library. So I could go with B, but we really have to look at whether that bookmobile going to some of the places going is paying off for us. So in our recreation, I share. It's important that we have recreation for our kids, and I think you said option A really isn't. That's where we didn't pay them what they were supposed to pay them, and option B is really option A because that's where you pay them what you're supposed to pay them. Those activities do need to be coordinated, but I think we need to look at the effectiveness of that too. But I think we got to support recreation for our kids. The water consultant. I don't know how I can say this, but I find myself in conflict with meetings where I need to be in 2 or 3 places at one time. And water is one where you need a certain amount of expertise, and I got to tell you, you don't get that by going to a meeting once in a while. And water is becoming more and more important, and we're going to fight bigger and bigger battles over it, and we're going to fight them here in Tuolumne County. And for most of you who don't know, we don't have water rights in this county. And so we really need some help with water. So I support keeping the water consultant. By the way, one that isn't here, but longer term, I think we need to look at how we maintain our Veteran Services Office, and I think our .48 on our Veteran Services Officer, I think that's what it is, .48 FTE, really needs to be a bigger job. We have an enormous number of veterans in our community, and they need to be served, and we need to do it well, and we're fortunate to have our new Veteran Services Officer. We've got a lot of respect and admiration for him. But that's longer term. That's just something I see as an omission, one of the things that we haven't done in our budget that bothers me. And as for the Arts Alliance, I know they've lost a lot of funding elsewhere, and I believe the arts brings a lot to the community, but I haven't seen their program change. I haven't seen them, someone said they could do a little better job of fundraising, and I think they could. I think they could be a little better on some of the effectiveness of some of their programs and reaching out. But they are an important part of our community, and our schools don't do the same job with art that I wish they did. And when art, music, and a few other things, they tend to cut those from their programs. And art is an essential part of our lives. So I mix there. I could go either way there, but we're going to have a challenging year. I don't care whether you think we've got some contingencies in there. Our reserves are down and our reserves are challenged, and in my view, they're oversubscribed. We've committed our reserves to the drought problem. We've committed our reserves to tree mortality problem. We've committed our reserves to help solving some of the catastrophic road damage in this county, and there isn't enough money to cover that. We can't increase our reserves right now because it isn't there. The devil's at the door. We have to spend it so the lives of our people are better and they're safer. But long term, we've got to figure out how we get there. And I preach that all the time when I'm at state meetings, that's the plight of our rural counties. We're taking all this disaster, and the urban counties need to help us because we are where they recreate. They come here for their holidays. And so we can't do increased reserves right now, but I agree we need to look at how we do that long term. And I worry that we're on a bubble from an economic point of view. We lag the urban portion of California. The good news is the governor is interested in improving rural economies, but that won't come fast enough. We lag the urban boom, and we precede the disaster when it happens, so we do need to be careful. So anyway, I want to support fire safe councils. I want to support library and recreation and the water. Those are the ones that are on the list.
Supervisor Gray.
All right, so a lot has been said. I'm going to make it pretty simple here. I think the SWIFT, the Highway 108, those are no-brainers. I would support the Plan B in the library and the Plan B in recreation, but with a caveat to really look at that position for the next budget cycle to make sure that we have some good thought process in there and see if Plan C is the real way to go. Arts Council, agree with Supervisor Hanvelt. Each year this is a hard decision, and we need the arts. They do support the county's businesses. It's an important group, but how much can we afford to give to that effort? And what I would propose is an amount of $35,000 this year instead of the 40. Maybe if we keep giving the 40, there's not the initiative to get in there and do fundraising. So
Okay.
reduce it.
Supervisor Gray, just clarification, it's 45 is what we've given in the past.
45, but go to 35, and see if there's some
That's what I had.
better initiative there on their part to bring it forward. As far as, I think that covers everything we've talked about, except the supervisors. That's item number 29 on your agenda. So I'll wait for that time.
All right, I'm gonna. Water
Louder.
was the one piece.
Oh, water. I'll support the water. I see us as the really small little gnat in that big pool of water out there, but supporting the effort is important. I totally understand that. I hope in my lifetime we get the money back and the water back.
So I want to make just a couple of quick comments and agree with the numbers that Supervisor Gray laid out. That's actually what I had written down here also. And with a number of the comments on the water consultant. He is a water consultant, but there's a huge nexus with forest management and the work that he is doing. And we have a number of groups that are working on that front. And I would say that Mr. Mills, in his capacity, has, in my opinion, moved pieces like the Westerman bill and conversations in Washington, D.C. that are actually going to be critical to this county. He has moved those conversations, in my view, farther than what we've seen in my tenure on this board, and that is with a number of individuals participating at so many levels. And so the water piece and the consulting that he does, I think, is critical. But alongside of that, I really believe the forest management piece of it is also has to be part of this discussion. And we have, I think, a window of opportunity at the federal level that's going to be critical because there are a number of conversations and groups that are coming together in those conversations about forest health. What does it mean? And specifically watershed health. And we talk about that on this board and in a number of our committees as being a priority for this county. And so I see that investment really twofold and really very important. Beyond that, I agree with the comments that have been made and actually would be looking for direction based on the numbers that Supervisor Gray laid out for us. Supervisor Rutherford.
I think I heard everybody, so I'll make a motion. I move to approve the 2017-2018 budget document, incorporating. Go ahead.
Okay. If we had consensus this morning, we would come back in the afternoon with all the numbers recooked,
and
including what you all just said.
Okay. What I heard was Library B, Recreation B, Water back in, 108 in, Swift in, Arts at 35K.
Right, and that's a total of 164,338, and your contingencies, the new number would be 793,793.
About what we had last year.
About what, right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Supervisor Royce?
Yeah, I'm okay with that. You mentioned salary issue would come back as item 29, but I also heard you mention it was included in the budget. Did I understand that right?
Yeah, there's approximately $27,000 that's in this budget. Depending upon what you guys do this afternoon, you know, that could always be, if you approve something, it could stay and you're covered. If you don't do it, you could always reapply that to contingencies or whatever you'd like to.
That works.
All right. So we have clear direction?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you very much. And I want to also acknowledge the tremendous effort of staff to get this done. Supervisor Rutherford touched on it. And this has been a difficult budget. And I'm looking out and seeing all of you and appreciate all of the effort to get us here and know that it has been a tremendous challenge. And you've stepped up going forward, we know that we're going to continue to see those challenges. So with that, I would ask that, I do want to continue on. If the clerk would please read item 20.
This is a presentation and status report on the Tuolumne County General Plan Update and Environmental Impact Report.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Quincy Yaley is handing out right now a schedule that I'll have Quincy go over here momentarily when we cover all items. Before you today, Quincy and I wanted to give the board an overview of what has been happening with the general plan. Despite all the things that have been going on, we are working on that diligently. As I think most of you are aware, with all the things we're talking about today, tree mortality, the floods, some of the marijuana working group things that distracted us slightly from our timelines that we'd wished we'd been on. But as Quincy goes through the schedule here, we'll talk about that and how we plan on trying to curb that schedule back into line where we want. First off, I want to thank you for your support and the community and the items that we're working on, this being one of the most important things that we are working on. I heard this morning things about growth and new tax base and opportunities. All of those things are encompassed in the responsibility you and trust you've given both Quincy and I to work on this document, and we will not let you down. So with that being said, I'm going to turn over to Quincy some of the items that we're working on, and we'll be happy to answer any questions that we move forward here. Quincy?
Good morning. As you know, we've been working on the general plan since approximately 2013. Some efforts have even preceded that date. The general plan itself and the EIR were completed in 2015 and were released for public comment, and that concluded in February of 2016. The process was placed on hold at that point, but as you know, it's a board goal now in 2017 to restart those efforts and move forward on finishing up the general plan as well as the EIR. CRA staff for several months has been working on the general plan update itself, both to improve readability of the document, to decrease some of the redundancies in the report, make it more concise. We've also been meeting with stakeholder groups to get some current input on the general plan update itself and the process. Right now, we are getting near to a point where we're ready to release an RFP out to bring on a new general plan EIR consultant. We're hoping to have that firm or the consultant on board by the end of this year and begin the general plan update EIR in early 2018. We anticipate that the draft EIR would then be released for public comment sometime in the summer of 2018 with a goal for adoption at the conclusion of 2018. As I said, we've been meeting with stakeholders, working with staff, and we know that this is a priority of the board and are putting as many resources as we can to this project.
Might I add one thing? While we have been reaching out to groups to meet with them, we are doing a lot of listening, and that is the best thing that I can do coming here, being new and making sure that all the past work that has been done on this document, that we only build upon that. The items that we had laid out and some of the comments on our EIR document has driven us to analyze those areas of concern, and we are listening to those comments as well. So I want to make it clear that the work that's been done is simply being built upon, and we want to improve the readability for our community, make it So when you pick up the document, that it's easy to understand that the goals and policies that you set are clear, concise, and precise. And it is our effort to do that. We have hired a person to help us do that. We've hired a retired annuitant that I know extremely well, and I'd be happy to introduce many of you to that person. It will be part of the team that Quincy and I are building, and it's not that we may not use a consultant to help us do that, to meet those timelines, which are extremely aggressive. But it's a part of that team effort to make sure we listen and we come up with a document that meets your goals and policies that we've heard clearly. So we'll continue to do that. The RFP for the EIR consultant is part of that as well, like I said. So all these things are obviously working in conjunction with one another. And I will tell you that schedule, I'd said before, it's very, very aggressive. It's meant to be an understanding of your efforts and your emphasis on the importance of this document. There is very little, if none, flexibility in that schedule. I understand the risks in that. And we're willing to accept that it's also the driving force behind who you've hired to help make sure this happens. We want to succeed and meet that schedule. But I will, if anything slips, it will be the end of that schedule. There's very little, if, like I said, no flexibility in there to make up for times. So I want you to know that and understand that, but it's our driving factor to make sure that we meet that timeline.
So I appreciate those comments, and I'm going to go to board members, but just for a point of clarification, because Supervisor Rotifer and I do sit on the ad hoc committee, and so we have had some conversations, and we have really looked at this schedule because it is very aggressive. But this is a point in time for us to share with the entire board, because this has been expressed on numerous occasions that it is a priority for this board and how we're going to move forward, and the public as well. There's tremendous public interest, as there should be, in this, and so so the public is aware of what our the schedule is going forward, recognizing that it is very aggressive. And we do understand that and have had conversations about this schedule with the ad hoc committee. And we don't have, there is no wiggle room in this schedule. It is very, very tight. With that, Supervisor Rotifer, do you have a comment?
Yeah, two things. I'll just reemphasize, because I was very pointed in the meeting that we just had with the ad hoc committee about the flexibility in the schedule. And I said, where's the flexibility? And he says, schedule slip. So I just want to let everybody know that. But I also want to tell you that if this schedule can be met, and I believe it can, I think that no one else could meet this schedule except for the team that we've compiled, and it's really a really good team. And I want the public and my cohorts on the board to understand that personally I have a whole lot of confidence in not only meeting the schedule, but in the quality of the product that's going to come out as a result of that. And that goes to the two staff members at the table. It goes to our county council. It goes to our outside legal counsel. It goes to our contractors that are working on this. Actually, Mr. Gonzalez has really brought together a independent consultant that's working with him, as well as we've got a new drafting consultant for the EIR, all of that. Just basically everything is in place, and I'm very confident that if we don't meet this schedule, we'll be very close, and that the product will be A number one when we get done.
Supervisor Gray.
Yeah, just one question. You mentioned that you've met with stakeholders. My question would be, how do the stakeholders feel about the approach that we're taking?
We'll both touch on that because, as you can see, we are a very tight-knit team here sitting at the table, but also the group that you had mentioned. That is critical to me and how I work, and I'm very, very fortunate to the people that you've hired to help with that project. So, stakeholders, we have just started, Supervisor Gray. And what we've done is try to reach out to all the different, those that had concerns about the environmental document. We're meeting with those people. We're meeting with the BIA, the business chambers, the councils, some of the working groups, the Farm Bureau, all those groups and agencies that Quincy has familiarity with, to try to get their input and listen, truly listen about what areas that they may be very happy about and some areas that they see we could do a little better job. So it's been individual meetings that Quincy I've just started to really set. We'll be doing that continuously throughout this process, but more so up front right now, as hard as we can when we're writing these documents to make sure we do listen. So I mentioned a few of those agencies. I'm going to let Quincy talk about a few more of them.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate something that that David said, and that we're really building on the existing work that has been done on the general plan. We're not writing a new general plan. The stakeholders we've met with have been very appreciative of being included in the process, and we, like I said, look forward to including more groups. It's really important to do that now rather than at the completion of the draft general plan. We don't want there to be any surprises to anyone who reads the document when it comes out next year, as well as with the EIR. We want to be open and make sure that we listen to everyone so that, like I said, there's no surprises.
Good approach. Thank you.
Supervisor Hanfeld.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. First of all, I applaud the work you're doing, and this is probably the single most important document that we do in terms of.
Might be the budget, but okay.
Pardon? The budget.
The budget.
Yeah, we redo the budget. You correct the budget. It's really hard to correct the general plan. Okay. I mean, that's why you live with it for 20 years. But that's the point. We live with it for 20 years. Sure. And I believe this one is woefully out of date, and it's inadequate for our purposes these days. So what you're doing is really important. And I just want to make the comment, it's important that we put the effort into it to get it right as we can get it. The schedule is important too, but getting it right is more important. And I appreciate the effort the team is putting in on that. And I know it's a priority. You and I have talked about that. And so I just want to say that. But getting it right, as right as it can be, is more important. So thank you.
Supervisor Royce.
Sure. This is a good plan. I endorse it. I think there's some wisdom definitely inlaid into what you have laid out here. And I'm glad that we have a process mapped out so we know what to expect, so that the public knows what to expect. So good luck. Get her done.
I'd like to ask if there's any public comment. Okay.
Well, since you asked so nicely, I'm very optimistic. I just love him. And I just think it's great that, because I went to some of the original general plan things, and there was so much planese, and I didn't understand half of what they were talking about. So I really understand and appreciate that you want to make this public friendly. And I'm not one of the stakeholders, but I'm glad that you're reaching out to other stakeholders, because that EIR just sucked. And now we have to pay to do it again. And the general plan was kind of wishy-washy and didn't really say anything. So I feel very optimistic that we might actually have a general plan that reflects the plan of our community. So thank you.
All right. Well, this is an information update, and we don't have any action that we need. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Stay there.
Just one comment. The same team, minus some of the contractors, is the same team that's doing your marijuana working group.
That is correct.
Just so you know.
That is correct. Will the clerk please read item 21?
Consideration of approving amendment number 2 to the standard agreement for professional services with Quincy Engineering, Inc. for design services associated with the Rawhide Road Crossing Woods Creek Bridge project.
Ms. Allen.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Tanya Allen, Community Resources Agency Supervising Engineer. The county hired Quincy Engineering Incorporated to provide engineering and environmental right-of-way services for the Rawhide Bridge project. Preliminary studies under Section 106 of the Historic Preservation Act determined the need for further evaluation, and the county entered an amendment with Quincy Engineering to complete the Phase 2 cultural study. The findings of that study, Phase 2 cultural study, required additional reporting and documentation that will be submitted to the State Historic Preservation Office necessary to complete the environmental evaluations under NEPA. In addition to the coordination efforts, the county and the consultant have worked closely with the help of Mr. Rotifer as well, her Supervisor Rotifer, working with Caltrans Traffic Operations in order to address the public outreach concerns for the access on Jamestown Road. This project is funded through the Federal Highway Bridge Program and Traffic Impact Mitigation Fees. And in order for the county to complete the environmental evaluation under NEPA, it is recommended that your board approve Amendment 2 to the standard agreement for the professional services with Quincy Engineering Incorporated.
Are there any questions?
Just one quick one, and I'm not sure if it's relevant to this project, but I understand the Fifth Avenue was not funded project. Is this going to have any effect on this bridge project?
I'm a little concerned what you mean the Fifth Avenue was not funded. It's not funded through the Highway Bridge Program, but it is funded through the Traffic Impact Mitigation Fees as well as minor A funds from Caltrans for Fifth Avenue.
Caltrans didn't.
Supervisor Grant can answer that. So the funding that you're referring to that sent out an email to the board, it was for the second phase of this, is sidewalks access.
Okay.
As matching funds from RSTP. So.
Okay, I understand that.
That was the ATP augmentation through SB1, looking at the AT projects for Fifth Avenue, which is...
We were trying to keep going as we move forward.
I understand.
The next phase of sidewalks and safety and all that. And so this project before you is funded. The second phase is what's one that we're going to have to figure out a way to keep moving forward.
Thank you.
All right. Other questions? Public comment? All right, I'll bring it back to the board.
I'll move on staff recommendation, approve funding for professional services with Quincy Engineering for the Rawhide Road Crossing Woods Creek Bridge project, increasing the not to exceed total by $286,740, and let's not forget the 75 cents, to $1,700,582.75.
Second.
A motion by Supervisor Rotifer, a second by Supervisor Hanfeld. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Will the clerk please read item 22? Yes. So we are going to recess as the Board of Supervisors and reconvene as the Tuolumne Public Power Agency. Will the clerk please read item 22?
Consideration of approving an agreement with Pacific Gas and Electric for the Tuolumne County Jail construction project.
Good morning, Madam Chair, board members. Liz Peterson, Tuolumne Public Power Agency Coordinator. I am here this morning to request your board approve an agreement with PG&E for the Tuolumne County Jail construction project. This agreement will be for the design of the electrical system for the facility as well as the associated infrastructure that is required. As your board is aware, county staff very soon here will be going to bid, hopefully, for construction of the Tuolumne County Jail project. County staff and Lionakis Architects have been working with Pacific Gas and Electric, or PG&E, on the design of the system for the facility. Because of the size of the facility, as well as the fact that it will be a county-owned facility, it qualifies for Tuolumne Public Power Agency power. So again, the agreement will be for PG&E to design and install the infrastructure and the necessary power needs, I guess. And then it will be using Tuolumne Public Power Agency power after that fact. The attached agreement is in the amount of $301,288.73. And funds from this work will be paid for ultimately out of the capital budget upon approval of this agreement. I also, I guess that's all I have to say about that. So I will say that I am requesting your board consider that you approve the agreement with PG&E for the Tuolumne County Jail construction project, the associated $301,289.73 budgetary adjustment, and also authorize the county administrator to sign this agreement and any other related documents.
Board questions, Supervisor Gray?
A comment. PG&E caused us some considerable delays on the transit center project, and I'm hoping that somehow we could stress that.
Yeah. This actually is. This is an improvement from what we had in the transit center and the juvenile facility. This project, it is the PG&E infrastructure, but it will be TPPA right away. Whereas the other ones, there was kind of a conversion process that had to take place. So this will be speedier. If you want to.
Hi, I'm Mo Frank, Deputy County Administrator. This is best practices, lessons learned. We are going ahead of the construction project and asking for PG&E. They've already designed the system for us and been working with our architects. So day one, we put a blade to that ground out there. We will have in place PG&E's approved plans that are ready to go.
Thank you.
Supervisor Rotifer?
Yeah, I just want to point out the lesson learned. If you remember, we had a $170,000 overrun, and there was a comment made to staff at the time. Use us, okay? And in this case, it was Supervisor Hanvelt that broke the logjam, but PG&E was on the same track that they were on before on delay. Now, in fairness to them, they've got some priority work associated with tree mortality, and that was their excuse. But a phone call at the right time helped break the logjam. And so, although it's costing us $301,289, at least it's not going to cost us a cost overrun.
Any other questions? Is there any public comment?
Well, as a member of the public with your hands in my pocket, I thank you because there were a lot of cost overruns. So thank you, Mr. Hanvelt, and thank you, Mo.
And thank you, staff.
I'd like to say thank you, PG&E.
Yes.
They did do a little extra. But the prod was helpful, I think.
All right. No other public comment. I'm going to bring this back to the board.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the agreement with PG&E for the Tuolumne County Jail construction project associated $301,289 in budgetary adjustments and authorize the county administrator to sign this agreement and any other related documents.
Second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Gray, a second by Supervisor Hanfeld. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much. All right, we are going to convene as the Tuolumne Public Power Agency, and we will reconvene as the Board of Supervisors. And item 23 has been pulled, and so we will move to item 24.
Consideration of releasing a portion of the retention of the Motherlode Regional Detention Facility project to F&H Construction.
Ms. Frank.
Good morning. Maureen Frank, Deputy County Administrator. The item before you today is in regards to the juvenile facility project and our commitment and our contract with F&H Construction. As your board is aware, we entered into the contract with F&H Construction in the amount of $15,361,000, and construction commenced June 10th, 2015. The building was substantially completed, and we were open for business March 13th, 2017. There remains one item, that's modifications to the security system that is still being worked on, and therefore the county cannot officially close out this final completion for this construction project. In the meantime, because the juvenile facility has been occupied since April, and a sign of good faith, staff is asking your board to consider a partial release of the payment of retention for this project. Currently, the county has $771,217.61 in retention funds. The county has received conditional waivers and release of final payments for all of the subcontractors who worked on this project. Due to the fact that the contractor has not completed the needed modifications to the facility's security system, which we anticipate within the next 2 weeks, staff at this time is recommending that only $571,217.61 of the retention be released at this time. The remaining $200,000 is being kept because we still, as I just mentioned, we don't have the security system finalized yet. So with that, we have funding to cover this retention. Payment has been encumbered into the capital budget, and at this time, I'm just asking your board's authorization to release $571,217.61 for the retention of the Mother Lode Juvenile Regional Project.
Any board questions?
This is just pro forma in my view. It's just doing our just obligation.
That is correct. I would agree with that. Is there any public comment? All right, I'll bring it back.
Move in favor of staff recommendation.
Second.
A motion by Supervisor Hamfeld, second by Supervisor Rotifer. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Will the clerk please read item 25?
Consideration of approving plans and specifications for the Tuolumne County Jail project and call for bids on October 6, 2017 at 2 p.m. in the board chambers.
Ms. Frank.
Hi. Again, Maureen Frank, Deputy County Administrator. This is an incredibly exciting day. I wish there were more people here in the audience. County staff has worked so long and hard on this project, and it's such a worthwhile project. As your board is well aware, this project started several years ago with the submission of SB 900 grant in 2009. It was followed up with county staff submitting subsequent grant applications, AB 900 Phase 2, and then finally SB 1022. We have received, Tuolumne County was awarded $33 million for the construction of this new county jail. Since the award, county staff has been working diligently with several state agencies and our architect, Lionakis, on the design of this facility. It is roughly 63,000 square feet and includes the following: 8 housing units consisting of 230 beds, administrative support area, intake, program areas, medical clinic, laundry, kitchen, and a vehicle sally port. So we're finally ready to go. Here we go. Plans have been reviewed and approved by CDCR, BSCC, State Fire Marshal's Office, Tuolumne Utilities District, and the Community Resource Agency staff and their third-party plan check reviewers. So not an easy task to accomplish. The bid before you today to go out includes seven different alternates. Those alternates for the project include chain link fencing along the south side of the jail, landscape planting, monument sign, additional kitchen equipment, LED interior detention light fixtures in lieu of fluorescent, a radio system, and install seat wall at the staff patio and public plaza, seat wall, and lighting. Our hope is that we have competitive bids, just like we saw for the juvenile facility, and staff is going to endeavor to try to get as many of these bid alternatives into the base bid that we can. Attached in your board package, we've included a breakdown for both the site work and the building, and it was prepared by Cummings. They're a cost estimating firm. They also were the ones that did the juvenile facility. The full estimated cost for this project is $38,931,000. And this includes some of the significant non-bid items such as insurance coverage, which the county will fund through its OSIP program. And that's roughly $674,000. And includes construction contingencies of a little over $1.8 million. So for the 2-year period, this project currently is projected at $44,833,000. This large number also includes all the architectural services that we have through Lionakis, our construction management services through Moss Construction, management services, the PG&E services, the contract that you just approved, and specialty equipment and furnishings. So at this point in time, I'm going to turn it over to Craig, who's going to talk to your board about the financial plan for this project.
So, Madam Chair and members of the board, this is an update of the same financial plan I've been presenting to your board off and on for the last several years. And while there are detail sheets behind this cover memo, and I apologize for the public, this spreadsheet is so big, if I blasted it up on here, you'd have to get your magnifying glass to read it, so I apologize. But I'm going to stay on the summary, first page of this. If you look under uses and you look at the jail middle project, it's showing that over from 15-16 through 18-19, the projected completion date for the jail project, it'll be weighing in somewhere around $47.4 million in total expenditure. And you can see that in the first couple of years, 15-16, 16-17, a lot of planning that was occurring. Lionakis, our designer, and a little bit of Moss, our construction management firm, was shown in there. But then you can see the big numbers coming in. I talked about some of this during the budget, a little over $15 million that we project for 17-18. And then finishing the project at about $29.8 million in 18-19. And that's if we can stay to schedule, which we intend to do. Things happen, weather and things like that, but we're going to do our darndest to stay right on schedule. As long as I'm here, though, just to show, you can see if you look at Law and Justice Center under the uses, that's I call it the infrastructure project. You can see about $3.8 million. You see just the residual of that. The final closeout, you just approved a large portion of that payout right now, coming to an end. And then the regional juvenile facility, a little over $18.2 million, and just the very last bits of payment, to finish that out. And I wanted to comment just big picture, and then I'll drill into the financing part. But if you look at the total cost of these uses, there's some additional costs that were certainly incurred in 14-15, and I need to update this so you can see all those fiscal years. We're looking at about $69.4 million in all three of those projects combined. And then if you look up above, though, you have about $69 million in expense, and you have $49 million in state grants. I think that's outstanding, and that's what we told the public we would do when we started this process, that we were going to look for every grant dollar that we could possibly obtain. And I think that's pretty darn good work to come away with $49 million in state funding against about a $69 million expense. Sheriff and I were talking the other day when we first got first proposal, however many years ago that was, and it didn't even come close to what our projected costs were. But this is doable, what's before you. Okay, so if you look at under your sources, up above on this summary page, it shows that out of that $69.4 million, it projects about $16.2 million total in financing costs. In round numbers, there's about $3 million in residual. If you remember, at the end of end of June, your board approved, some carryover from one year to the next fiscal year financing, and then you've got quite a bit more to go. So $3 million, about another $13.2 would be the sheriff costs related to these 3 projects, the bulk of that being the sheriff's new jail. On the very back of this packet that I gave you, it shows our borrowing assumptions. And I'm just going to kind of cut to the bottom line here. It shows about $16.2 million in total borrowing. That's assuming a 3% fixed rate. And your auditor controller, Debbie Batista, and I have been doing some level of discussion on what is available in the market, and thinking that actually 3% looks like a good number right now. We'll have better information as we move forward. But that would put our debt service on that at about $68,000 a month, or about $820,000 per year. And the way we've calculated this in your budget this year is showing on the $3 million, we've got about $153,000, the full year carry of that $3 million for the full year, and then about 6 months of the $13.2 million balance primarily needed for the jail. So it'd be 6 months at the $55,618. That's what's contained in your budget right now. Now, I've had folks ask, well, when will we have the financing in place? We're looking at firms now. For example, Debbie's talked to the firm that did our safety side fund financing, and they're coming up here in the next week or two to talk with us. I also made contact with the CSAC Finance Corporation, and we've used those resources before. And we ought to be able to start coming to your board, next month or two with some financial packages on this. I've been asked if we were to proceed with the schedule that Mo's going to go into in just a second, awarding this by the second meeting in October, we will not have a financing package totally completed at that time. If you recall, I had you guys do a resolution, back in June that catches up anything. I think it was 3 months even prior to that date that we could cover. We'll have bond counsel look at that to make sure we're still good with that. If we need to update it, we'll update it. But perhaps by the time we get to actually doing a notice to proceed, which based on the schedule you're going to see from Mo, would be in November, we'll have that whole package in place. We want to get it as soon as we can. This stuff does take time. I would understand the uncomfortableness of even thinking about going and awarding until we have that all tied down. But likewise, we have to tell the finance folks, how much it is we're going to borrow. And right now we're dealing with estimates, which are generally good. But we would prefer, and they would prefer, to actually have bids to work with. So in general, that's the financing plan that we've budgeted for. And as we proceed looking at these firms and coming up with these packages, this will be totally appropriate to bring before the Finance Committee as we mature this item and get this to the full board as quickly as we can.
Supervisor Gray.
Mr. Pedro, 2009, we had a meeting, we talked about the jail. And my question to you was it doable? And you said yes, and here we are today. So thank you. Sheriff, thank you. And Mo, staff, thank you all.
Mo?
Sure. So just to finish up the board memo, it will take us 18 months from the notice of award to complete this. And some key dates for the audience we're going to do a contractor outreach event. This is for local vendors. We know that none of the local vendors can bond for the whole amount, but we want to include them just like we did for the juvenile facility and get them engaged in the project as much as possible with some of the big contractors that might be bidding on this. There is a pre-bid mandatory meeting and walk on September 20th. Bids, as Craig just mentioned, are due October 6th. From October 6th to October 17th, County Counsel's office and the County Administrator's office will vet the proposals, listen to any protests we got, and we will be ready to come back to your board for a conditional award on October 17th. Then all of the material that we received, all of the bids, any protests that we received, and the conditional award that the board might give will then be sent up to the state, the Department of Finance. It takes anywhere from 3 weeks to a month for them to do their final approval. With that, then once we have approval from the Department of Finance, a notice to proceed will be issued, probably in very late November. With that, construction completion right now is scheduled for June 30th, 2019, and occupancy August 30th, 2019. And that August date just depends on the sheriff and his staff and how soon they feel comfortable moving into the facility. Your indulgence, this doesn't happen with just one or two people, and I'd like to thank the following county staff who've just been tremendous all the way through this project. First and foremost is the Sheriff's Department. Sheriff Mealy, Under Sheriff Pooley, Lieutenant Tamara McKay, and Sergeant Eric Roberts have been with me in partnership all the way through this project and have worked very diligently to make sure lessons learned, things that they wanted in the new facility. It's very important to take care of their staff and make sure their staff had what they need to provide a quality, safe environment, both for themselves and the staff, but also for the inmates that will be serving. Your community resource agency, Brian Bell, Doug Oliver, Beatrice Sardinas, Duke York, Brian Eaton, and a very, very special thanks to Marilyn Fitzsimmons. She was out there in the hot weather doing survey work, rewriting legal descriptions several times, and working with DGS and getting us through some very big hurdles. In the assessor's office, Keenan and his staff redid the APNs for us several times. Every time we made a change in a grant application, all of the APNs throughout the Justice Campus had to be re-signified. From the IT department, Barry Jacobs worked with the electrical engineer in developing plans and specs for our computers and our phone systems, so that's already been figured out ahead of time. Gabe Peterson worked with Delta Wireless on the development of a radio program, a system. So they've been incorporated in the plans. So if the plans come in a little bit lower, we'll insert that ahead of time on the state's dime. County Council, Carlin Dribdall and I spent an enormous amount of times. Your board had asked us lessons learned. What can we do better? How can we do it better? The spec book is quite significant. I didn't bring it in today. It's close to over 400 pages. She and I read through each and every page, every word, making sure there was consistency. So I can't thank Carolyn enough. She did a wonderful job. And then finally, to Craig and the Board of Supervisors. You guys were tremendous. We started this back in 2009. And when staff asked you to attend meetings at the state level or give tours to very important people at the state, you were always there behind us saying, what can we do for you now, or how can we help you? And so all of us that were on the committee, the sheriff's team and myself, really thank you very much for that. And I applaud each and every one of them. The county staff really steps up. It's our project, but they really took it to heart and wanted to bring the best project forward. So with that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mo, and I'm certain some of my colleagues will want to make some comments, but I'd ask first if there are any questions. Staff? Is there any public comment?
Hi. I want to say that you folks have been faced with many decisions over many years regarding the situation at the jail, and this is probably the most bold decision that you're being faced with today. And I encourage you to move forward with this decision. Sometimes you have to do the right thing, and this is the right thing, even with the unknowns that are out there. Staff has done a tremendous job in reducing and eliminating those unknowns. And I also want to recognize that there's a lot of work going on behind the scenes, and it has gone on behind the scenes, and I think that all the staff that Ms. Franks mentioned, and probably many, many more, deserve the recognition for the hard work, the dedication, and the persistence over years to get this project to where it is at this point. They've done a great job. Thank you.
here we are.
So you're in favor of this?
It's been a while, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. Jim Mealy, Sheriff Coroner. 1850, Tuolumne County was established as a county. In 1868, somewhere around there, they built the first jail, which is the museum. In 1960, our quarters that we have now. And here we are today. So this county, in 3 different centuries, has built a jail. They say these types of projects is usually once in a lifetime. Well, it's once a century for us. Very historic day, a very historic moment. Could not have done it without the leadership of Mr. Pedro. He does not get the credit that he deserves off of this project. Lots of hours behind the scene. Lots of phone calls where I became very upset. Phone calls that I would hang up on him because I didn't think that he saw it or he got it. He did. So I want to say thank you to him publicly. The public also needs to know that this board did a lot of heavy lifting. Lots of times you are criticized by you're not spending enough time in Tuolumne County. Well, I'm here to tell you because of the time that you sacrificed to go to Sacramento, to meet with people that are key in administration in a governor's office that may not see what our values or how we may look with the majority of our county, but were willing to listen to us. This is what happens when you go out and you go do that work, that Tuolumne County is able to receive something historic like this. I was sitting next to Chief White. He says, I can buy over 80 fire trucks with that money. That's a lot of money. And we giggle about it, but there's a lot of money. That money can go to a lot of things. So thank you. Mo probably said it the best when she named everybody, but there's a couple of people that I think that need to be also. My previous undersheriff, Keith Lunny, before he left, his fingerprints are on this. And also Sheriff Nutting and Sheriff Rogers. We are here because of the foresight of those 2 men. So I want to thank you. I encourage you. I know that you'll go forward and approve this, but this is a historic day in the history of Tuolumne County. Thank you for your support, and the public needs to know that that this board and the government that is in place here in Tuolumne County are doing the right things. So, thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff, for those comments. And this is a momentous moment. I think we could all stand up and have a standing ovation for the effort that has been and the teamwork that has been just exemplified by staff and all of the different departments that have been mentioned. And I know my colleagues want to say something also. I am going to remind them that we have CAL FIRE here, and I know they're very busy. And we have 2 items that we will be taking up before we break for lunch. So with that, though, I do want to give you an opportunity to make a few comments because this is such an important time.
Very quickly, I hope. Thank you, Mo, Craig, Sheriff, the whole team, okay? It has been an incredible team. You forgot the trip to Denver, by the way, to learn how to build one of these things. In the snow, I might add, not the summertime. So can you incarcerate 280 people in those 80 fire trucks? Just asking, Anyway, it has been a great effort. It's been a privilege of mine to work with the team, and this is a momentous occasion. Probably there's 2 more really momentous occasions. The first one will be when we stick a shovel in the ground And the second one will be when the sheriff locks the door on his inmates in the new jail. I hope to be around for both of those. And I just want to say thank you to the folks that are involved, and obviously I will support this.
I have to comment because, I think this is truly a team effort. I can't say enough about that. I thank Mo for leading, taking the abuse that she took during all of this, and making it all happen. It is a momentous occasion. First things that the sheriff ever told me before I even ran for election was, I need a new jail. And I don't know whether I believed him at that point in time, but I hadn't toured the jail. This is so important to our community. I actually wish it was bigger, because I think it's going to be full at the day, but it offers our community protection. And I want to thank the whole team, because we did do this in a coordinated fashion in terms of the backroom activities and the visits to Sacramento and the phone calls and the pleading and groveling and coercion. We did what we had to do, and we're here. So our job now is to get this thing over the finish line and make it operational to the benefit of the people of this county. And so thank the whole team. Really good. And I think the answer to Rotifer's question, Josh, is I think there's 5 per engine, so it'd be 400.
Yeah.
All right.
Just again, thanks everybody, because it's been such a journey. Sheriff, you told me we needed a new jail when we had lunch before I was elected at the Peppery. So stuck in here, yeah. And I think I bought lunch too. So just remember that.
So let's go celebrate lunch again.
But no, thanks everyone that has worked on this, and it's going to be a good thing. It really will. Thank you.
I think the jail was probably one of the first tours for all of us when we were either running or just elected. So with that, I am looking for an action.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the plans and specification for the Tuolumne County Jail project and call for bids due on October 6, 2017 at 2 p.m. in the Board of Supervisors chambers.
Second.
I have a motion from Supervisor Gray and a second from Supervisor Rotifer. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much.
Don't screw it up.
No. Go forth and do good things.
Be fast.
Will the clerk please read item 26?
Consideration of approving an agreement with the Yosemite Community College District for provisions of fire service at Columbia College Fire Station.
Ms. Frank.
Maureen Frank, Deputy County Administrator. I'll try to make this fast as we get into the lunch hour. As you know, Yosemite Community College District and the county have had a longstanding relationship in regards to the provision of fire services at the Columbia College Fire Station there on campus. The current agreement for services has expired June 30th, 2017. Before you for consideration is a renewal of this agreement. Basically, it's the same as before. In this agreement, Tuolumne County Fire will provide one fire captain to serve as the Columbia College Fire Department supervisor. This fire captain will will supervise, mentor, and train the student workers assigned to this station. The fire captain will perform under the direction and report directly to the county through the CAL FIRE Battalion Chief. The maximum amount of this of the services will be for $140,000 for the year. The agreement is set up to be a 3-year term, and it can be extended by mutual written consent for 2 one-year terms. County Council has reviewed it, and it's before you for your consideration.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Is there any public comment? All right, I'll bring it back to the board.
No on staff recommendation.
I have a motion from Supervisor Rotifer, a second from Supervisor Hanfeld. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Will the clerk please read item 27?
Consideration of adopting a resolution approving Schedule A agreement with CAL FIRE for fire protection services.
Great. Maureen Frank, Deputy County Administrator. Especially as we can see out our windows this weekend, it's so vitally important that we in this county have a strong county fire department, and just as important, a strong fire system to protect us in this community. Wildland fire danger is definitely a threat. It's not a matter of if, it's when. To that end, County Fire has had a longstanding relationship with CAL FIRE. And with this agreement, they have provided Tuolumne County Fire with all of their support and effort to provide a vital fire department for us. Before you today for consideration is the Schedule A agreement. And this agreement, basically this agreement for you for fire services, very sorry about this, is to provide emergency fire protection response and basic life support, dispatch services, extended fire protection services through the Amador Plan. As you can see before you, just like in previous contracts, this is divided into two contracts. The first contract, or first schedule as we call it, is list all the details of the full-time permanent positions for county and the Groveland Community Service District fire personnel. Specifically includes staffing for county fire administration and training, Groveland fire personnel, emergency communications center dispatching, Mona Village, and Jamestown Fire Station. The second schedule that's part of this contract is basically what we know as the Amador Plan. It includes costs for seasonal positions at Twainhart and Blanchard Fire Stations, engine and equipment rates, and all related utilities. The current agreement with CAL FIRE has expired June 30th, 2017, and attached before you today for your consideration is a new agreement for an additional 3-year period. The total amount of this agreement for fiscal year 2017-2018 would not exceed $4,983,568,000, with a total agreement amount for the 3-year period of $15,699,662. It should be noted that numbers that I just read you also includes the figures for Groveland Community Service District. So for Groveland Community Service District, for their 3-year period, they will be paying out of the $15 million, they will be paying $3,755,180. The two changes between our current contract that ended June 30th and this new one proposed before you today are in the area of dispatching services. So due to call volume, we have increased 0.5 FTE communications operator in the ECC over in San Andreas. This takes us from 1 FTE to 1.5 FTE total. The second biggest change comes about in regards to your board's recent discussion regarding county fleet services. So with County Fire going out away from county fleet services, there was a need to add a mechanic. So there's 1 FTE mechanic added to these to this contract. The other changes that are there are typical adjustments that we see in every 3 years in our contracts with CAL FIRE. They relate to the firefighter benefit rate, communication operations salaries and benefits, the overtime benefit rate, unemployment rate, unplanned overtime rate, and administration. And it should be noted that the administration this year, which is sometimes some concern to us, is actually going down, not up. So the 3-year CAL FIRE agreement before you was approved by Groveland Community Service District at their August 14th, 2017 board meeting. So I'm here, and also Chief White and Chief Avalar are here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Supervisor Royce.
Yeah. One of the things I've been hearing about for years, and I've had the board make comments about it, but we've never really got it across, is the desire to look into like EMD. And I know that's an expansion of service beyond what we do now. And I, as a layman, only understand the surface of that, but from what I understand of it, it totally makes sense. And there's probably a cost to that, but I don't really know what that is. Is that something we can look at doing? What are the advantages and drawbacks of that? Is this something we should agendize for a different item, or how does help me out here?
So EMD stands for Emergency Medical Dispatch, and that is one of the items that your board asked staff to put in the fire study to look at and examine it and actually address all the questions that you just asked Supervisor Royce. So staff plans to come back late this fall with answers to those questions. There is a cost to it. There's a change in operations to it, and we're asking the Matrix Consulting Group to come back with the recommendations on EMD.
Okay. So right along those lines, that was kind of my second question. You kind of led me right into it. First of all, you guys are great partners, and I really appreciate all of the hard work that you and all your troops do, and the sacrifices and risk you guys take for the safety of our community. The fire study has been going on for a little while, and I'm not sure exactly when that's going to debut. But I was curious if there are any recommendations that the board wishes to pursue. And I mean, we've got a whole conglomerate of fire services in this county. There's a whole bunch of players and a whole bunch of team members that all contribute to the overall protection of our community. If there's any kind of adjustments that go on, do we have flexibility within this to be able to implement changes for things such as the EMD or whatever it may be?
So the short answer to your question is yes, we do have the flexibility in the contract to whether we want to alter it or change it, we have that opportunity. In regards to EMD, that's more of an operational issue, and that would be covered and would make probably very little changes to the contract itself.
Okay. Most of the things I suspect that would come out of the study are operational. So it's comforting to know we have that flexibility. So.
Any other board questions? Is there any public comment?
I'm Larry Crabtree. I live up in the smoke in Miwok Village, in case you guys didn't know.
We're all living in the smoke.
Yeah, we are. I want to start by saying that I have some questions about this that I want to ask, and because of the nature of the system that we're set up with here in local government, we haven't had a chance to ask and get the questions answered by staff. So I have asked these questions of staff, but because of timing, I haven't got an answer, and I think that's simply because the documents aren't put up until Thursday or Friday for public view. By the time the weekend gets here, and it's a 3-day weekend, there just isn't enough time. So I don't think any of these questions are poor or bad, and I want to make sure you understand that. That it's not staff's fault that these questions haven't been answered. It's just because the timing of the system and when the notices are posted and when the documents are posted, it doesn't really give the public an opportunity to engage and say, well, what about this and what about that? Until, just a couple of days is 72 hours is really what it amounts to. So, but I do have a couple of questions. Firstly, please don't interpret any of my questions to reflect negatively on CAL FIRE or its ability to produce the services that are contracted for. CAL FIRE is, without a doubt, the premier firefighting organization in the world. Absolutely, there is not a second. There is no one else, no other department, no other agency on this planet that does what CAL FIRE does as well as CAL FIRE does it. Having said that, the first question that I have is, as you are preparing to commit to a contract of $15.6 million over the next 3 years, has any sort of a competitive process, a competitive bid process been engaged in to, as kind of what I would call a self-check for Tuolumne County to make sure that we're getting the best bang for the buck? That's my first question. And then the rest of the questions really have to do with the document, with the contract itself. Under the fire protection services to be provided, there's a box for basic life support, check box, and that box isn't checked. And I suspect that's an oversight because I believe it's the county's intention and I believe it's CAL FIRE's intention to provide basic life support as they have been in the past. So that appears to me to be an oversight in the preparation of the document. The other one that I have, and I will be the first to admit that I am not a budgeteer, but if you look at page 21 of the CAL FIRE contract, it's a spreadsheet, and at the very bottom of the spreadsheet is $101,450, and as I read the spreadsheet, I cannot identify what that $100,000 is for. It looks to me again to be an oversight or a typo where the classification or title of the employee providing the service is simply left off. I suspect it's just a simple oversight. And on page, well, it would be the very last page of the contract, I think. The very last page of the board packet is the Board of Supervisors resolution. And it delineates the authority for the state to enter into the contract. There's no such similar delineation for the county's authority to enter into this kind of a contract. And while that's probably not a requirement, it to me just makes sense that you would somewhere in the whereas say, yeah, the county has authority under this particular statute to enter into this sort of a contract for services. That may simply be a preference. And then the other thing that I want to point out, and I will leave it at that, is this contract, and I'm not an attorney, obviously. This contract appears to be a contract between the county and the state, just two parties. And it includes the total amount, including that amount that the state is going to bill the Groveland CSD for. And I don't see anywhere in here for any provision that protects the county in the, heaven forbid, unlikely event that Groveland defaults and doesn't pay a bill or disputes a bill or an invoice. It looks to me like the county's on the hook for the whole thing. I don't see anything other than that. With that, that's really all the substantive questions I have about the document. Thank you.
All right.
Looking at page 23 page 23, item 9.
Is your mic on?
Page 23, item 23, resolution. A county, city, district, or other local public body must provide the state with a copy of a resolution, order, motion, or ordinance of the local governing body which by law has authority to enter into an agreement authorizing execution of the agreement. So it's within here. Yes, we have to do a resolution.
Yes, and I was going to get to that, and thank you for that. I wanted to just ask, there were two pieces on here with regards to the basic life support. Can you address that?
That'd be on page 3, Article 1. So our EMS response is covered in the box that's checked: emergency fire protection, medical, and rescue response. There's also two other kinds of types of medical response: advanced life support and basic life support. You could also do basic life support on an ambulance. We don't provide that in the county. So that's why if you read the whole paragraph under emergency fire protection, medical and rescue response, that's what we're providing.
All right,
And
thank you.
it is also known as BLS.
And then there was reference to the third question.
That was the page 19 of the fiscal sheet. And that was the overtime question. The $101,450 is overtime. The spreadsheet doesn't allow me to put staff overtime, but it's overtime that will for all county fire personnel. If you look on the Groveland fiscal sheet, they have $50,000, and that would be for the Groveland Community Service District, so that they cover their own overtime cost. And that's for unplanned overtime, FMLA, sick leave, et cetera.
All right. And then I think it is important to recognize that with the fire study, you are going to look at what the different scenarios are that could take place within the county. Could you address that briefly, Mo?
Sure. What the scope of work that was presented to the Matrix group was a combination of tasks and items that all the fire chiefs in the county wanted to address. It wasn't just the county. So it's really the county fire chiefs fire study. And in that, we told the Matrix group to look at any and all options. Nothing was left off the table. So they're going to be looking, they have copies of the 2010 report and the 2011 fire study report. And with that, and additional information through interviews that they've had with the chiefs is take off from that and provide us, there might be some other alternatives that we hadn't thought of in either of those two reports. The one other thing that I wanted the public to be aware of is the way the county fire budget is there's a line item, PS&S, contract services, in which this contract is in there. If you go to your budget binder and looked at that, what the county does is we net fund this. So the amounts that you see in the board member here is the absolutely maximum amount that we would be charged each of those 3 years. And what we do, working with Chief White, and is look at what's happening in the year, really watch who's being put into what positions and when, and we try to be very prudent and very careful in regards to how much we expend in that line item. And then the 23 years that I've been doing the county fire budget, we have never gone over that amount of net funding. Actually, they come in very impressive. They come in with fund balance that we're able to put towards the following year's budget. I'm very proud of that fact.
Thank you for those clarifications. It's important for the public to understand that. And I would just say that I think that your folks are doing a tremendous service for the county, and we will look forward to the fire study and see what kind of direction that provides. With that, I'm going to bring this back. Supervisor Rotifer.
Sure. Based on a long-lasting, great partnership with CAL FIRE, I move on staff recommendation for adopting a resolution approving Schedule A agreement with them in the amount of $15,600,662 and no cents.
Second.
I have a motion from Supervisor Rotifer, second from Supervisor Gray. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much.
I would just like to say thank you very much for all of your support. This is going on to beyond 42 years now, the agreement between Tuolumne County and CAL FIRE. It is a fantastic relationship, but I appreciate the support and prodding and strength that all of you, each individually, provide all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And with that, we will stand in recess until 1:30. All right. We are going to reconvene the Board of Supervisors meeting. Will the clerk please read our first 1:30 appointment?
This is a public hearing to consider approving the closeout certifications for community development block grant projects.
Staff report.
Good afternoon, Terry Cox, Cox Consulting. I have a voluntary sign-in sheet for anybody that's attending this public hearing, and any written comments regarding the county's community development block grant program can be addressed to the administrative office. So the first item we have up here is the closeout for grant number 14CDBG 9901. The activities in this grant were the renovation of the Gibbs Estates sewer collection system, housing stabilization that was run by the Amador Tuolumne Community Action Agency, and then we had a planning grant for Tuolumne City for renovation of their sewer collection system. So the amounts for those for Gibbs Estates was $1,435,000, and it had 437 beneficiaries. For housing stabilization, it was $374,000, and they had 271 beneficiaries. And then for the Tuolumne City Planning Grant, it was $100,000, and they had 738 beneficiaries. So the remaining item in order to close out the grant is to authorize the execution of the closeout certification. I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, this is I'm going to open the public hearing at 1:33. Is there any public comment?
Where's that sign-in sheet? It's voluntary, but I always sign it for her because I think you do such a good job. So I saw the Gibbs Sewer Project. That was certainly worth the money. And I got a tour of the Tuolumne City Sewer Plant. So job well done. And here's my signature. Thank you.
Is there any other public comment? All right, I will close the public hearing and bring this back to the board.
Madam Chair, I move that we authorize the submission of the closeout certification to the State Department of Housing and Community Development.
I have a motion from Supervisor Gray, a second from Supervisor Royce. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Will the clerk please read our second 1:30 appointment?
This is a public hearing to consider a solicitation of projects for the 2017 Community Development Block Grant.
Ms. Cox.
So this one's going to be a little more complicated. The Community Development Block Grant, CDBG program, as you know from our various public hearings in the past, has been getting more and more complicated each year. So the particular twist that we have that's new this year is that normally the county, having been funded in 2016, would not be eligible to apply in 2017. There's a rule now that says that you have to have expended over 50% of your open grants in order to be able to apply again. And so normally it's at least every other year. Well, the state, for reasons of their own, want fewer, bigger projects. And so they raised the cap from what had been the case for the last few years at $2 million to $5 million. And because they knew that jurisdictions who had been funded in 2016 would complain that they didn't get a crack at $5 million, they decided that they would allow waivers for those grantees in order to be able to apply in 2017. Now, normally the program is for the whole array of activities. So that's housing, public works, community facilities, public services, economic development, and planning grants. This is what a normal year would be like. But for grantees in Tuolumne County situation where they were funded in 2016, the only thing you can apply for in this special waiver is either a community facility or public works. One project, one of either of those. So the normal public services and those kinds of things that the county has often applied for in the past are not eligible for this special notice of funding availability. Now, it will be extraordinarily competitive when there's a lot of money at stake. People who don't normally participate all come in, plus everybody that was funded in 2016 is eligible to apply. So we're expecting that it will be maybe the most competitive it has ever been. But the state wants to fund basically 5 big projects at about $5 million apiece would be their preference, because they've had staff cuts, they're overloaded. They would prefer to have no new contracts, but since they're obligated to do this, they want the biggest projects they can get. Now, the stipulations that they put on this is that these projects have to be shovel-ready in their definition, and that means that there has to be site control, that you have to have completed the procurement for either the engineer or the architect, whichever applies. All your funding needs to be in place. You can't have any big environmental glitches that are involved. It has to meet the basic criteria, that is, that it addresses a serious health and safety need, and it benefits lower-income households to the maximum degree possible. I mean, you're still competing in those arenas, but you also have to have your preliminary plans done, you have to have a schedule done, you have to have a cost estimate done, all stamped by the professional involved. So all the pieces that are related to your construction have to be as ready to go as possible. So that's going to narrow down the array of projects that are actually going to fit in this slot. Plus, the due date is December 1st, and given board meeting dates, a draft application is basically going to need to be done by the 1st of November. So you absolutely have to have a project that is ready to go. So I'm happy to answer any questions that I can.
Any board questions? Supervisor Gray.
Really short timeline, but is there anybody that you know of that is ready to go with some of these type projects?
I think there's at least one, possibly more than that. Our normal process is to do a call for projects, and we would anticipate that if that's the board's desire, that we would do a very quick turnaround on that and be able to come back to the board at the beginning of October with a recommendation.
Thank you.
All right. I will open the public hearing at 1:39. Is there any public comment on this item?
Good afternoon. I'm Patty Ingalls, District Manager of the Jamestown Sanitary District. We are in a very opportunist time frame with this NOFA that is coming out, and we're positioned for this funding and would like your consideration. We are already done with our planning. We were awarded money for our planning phase, which was completed in March. We immediately went into our financial package. That financial package is done. We will be having agreement by December. We have obtained $5.6 million in SRF funding with a guarantee of loan for the balance of the wastewater treatment facilities project. That will be approximately $10.5 million. We've been working on this for over 2 years. All of our engineering reports, our preliminary design, our analysis, our cost estimates, our CEQA, NEPA, all of the checks and the boxes are done. We are ready to roll. We plan to go out for bid for design in January, and that takes the time. And we own and control the property where the new facility will be, as well as we own and control the facility where we will call it our satellite location because of our headworks. And due to our very successful history with the county with CDBG projects, we think we're in a perfect position with this short time frame to jump on this and hope that you will consider us. Is there any questions whatsoever?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any other public comment? All right, seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Bring this back to the board. Supervisor Rotifer.
Just one question. I assume the reason that this is a compressed schedule is we got the word late. And I just wanted to make that clear to the public that we're not at all responsible for the late notification of this and the compressed schedule.
Notice of funding availability was issued Friday.
Okay, so I just wanted the public to know that because I don't want anybody coming back and saying, oh, you guys, it's all your fault. With that, I'll move on staff recommendation.
I have a motion from Supervisor Rotifer, a second from Supervisor Royce. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Will the clerk please read our third appointment?
Public hearing to consider adopting a resolution approving the draft lateral guidelines for community development block grant.
Ms. Cox.
Yeah, so this item actually pertains to a project we've been working on for a couple years. This was to provide laterals for households whose wells had gone dry during the drought, for them to be able to connect to a public water system. So the state had to take a couple of passes at issuing the NOFA, which is why this thing has been so dragged out. But anyway, we finally got a contract at the end of June. The grant provides $1,150,553, and they anticipated that we would be able to hook up to 43 households with that money. So the last item, in order to clear the special conditions for the grant, is the formal approval of the drought lateral guidelines, which specify the process for taking applications and for constructing the laterals. So all the eligible applicants have to be below 80% of county median income. The eligible properties have to have a well that became dry or contaminated after January 17th, 2014. They have to be able to hook up to a public water supply. We are not able to drill new wells with this money. And we can't do main lines, so it's just for the laterals. So I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Are there any board questions? All right, this is, again, a public hearing, and so we will open the public hearing at 1:44. Is there any public comment?
The things I do for you just to keep it going here. So this isn't a done deal. We'll just be applying for it, or? It's awarded. Oh, well then, good job. So I think this will be a great idea. So this won't be the Court Stent, Algerine area. This will be probably the other side of Jamestown? Or you don't know? Could be anybody.
I do.
Okay. Do I have to sign again?
No.
Okay.
I believe that there are some households down in Court Stent that are not yet hooked up to that main line, so they would be eligible to apply, and then anybody else basically in the county that's in reach of a public water system.
Any other public comment? All right, we will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board.
I just want to comment that I think this helps us solve a lot of the problem we talked about in terms of weaning people off of the drought thing and getting a permanent, if you will, solution to their water issues, and it goes a long way to solving some of our issues. And it's really important. Thank you for your efforts on this, and I'll move in favor of the resolution.
Second.
So before I take a call for the vote, I too want to thank you for all of your hard work, and I concur with what Supervisor Hanfeld just said. This is going to go a long ways to assisting us in that effort. And so with that, I have a motion by Supervisor Hanfeld, a second by Supervisor Rotifer. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Terry. All right. Will the clerk please read item 28?
Consideration of approving standard professional service agreement with Cox Consulting for the National Disaster Resiliency Competition, Community Development Block Grant Disaster Resiliency.
Good afternoon. Maureen Frank, Deputy County Administrator. This matter relates to our NDRC, National Disaster Resiliency Competition projects that we have going forward. On May 16th, 2017, your board authorized staff to release an RFP for consulting services related to this project. The county was looking for a person who was familiar with CDBG, disaster resiliency, to help myself work through all of the administrative requirements and rules and regulations pertaining to the construction of a community resiliency center. Shortly after the approval to release the RFP, staff went out and posted it on the website, advertised in the newspaper, and upon close of the deadline, the county only received one proposal, and that was Cox Consulting. After further review of what staff sent out, we noticed, along with HCD, there was an irregularity in what was presented to your board and what was then posted on the website. And it was very minor in that irregularity, but HCD determined that and requested that we go out to bid again. So staff reissued the RFP, again advertised on the website, advertised in the paper, sent it out to over 40 potential vendors. At the close of the second time, the county received two proposals. One was from Cox Consulting in the amount of $24,500, and the second proposal was from a firm IBTS. They were out of Virginia, and their proposal for us was $356,433.16. We formed a and it was really, the review committee met, and the review committee consisted of Larry Cope, Daniel Richardson, Liz Peterson, and myself, and really evaluating the proposals, not only as you just noticed the price difference, it was really what we were asking for in the RFP. The other firm did not really hone in on what I was asking for, and it was assistance, not they expected it to turnkey and for me to hand over the whole grant to them. And so that's how they responded to it, even though there were several emails and phone conversations with this firm. In reviewing the proposal, we felt that Cox Consulting, besides the long and outstanding history we've had with Terry, we thought it best fit our needs for this project and that she would do an outstanding, wonderful job for us. Before you, for your consideration, is basically for the first phase of work. And in that, the tasks include assisting with the implementation of NDRC, CDBG, DR rules, procedures, and requirements as it relates to the grant. Assist in the preparation of written material, grant data collection, and claims. Assist in setting up meetings related to NDRC grant and attend as necessary. And then provide technical assistance as needed to ensure project implementation meets the grant regulations. The contract before you is for a term to last for the first phase, so it'll start upon execution of the grant and will run till May 2019. At the conclusion of phase one, your board will be asked whether or not we want to proceed with the NDRC grant itself. So after phase one, if we determined through all of our studies that it is not prudent for us to go forward with NDRC and build a community resiliency center, then we don't have any contracts that are contingent upon phase two. We're doing all of our contracts for NDRC in two phases for this purpose. If we go forward with phase two, county staff will be back before you for a consideration of a second contract with Cox Consulting for phase two work. In phase two, it's going to be significantly, the duties and responsibilities are significantly increased. There are much more stringent requirements in regards to construction and using CDBG funds for it. So in phase 2, if we proceed with that, Cox Consulting will be responsible for the following tasks. Terry will be responsible for overseeing all of the labor standards compliance, including the delivery and review of weekly certified payrolls. Attend construction meetings as needed to review NDRC, CDBG, DR compliancy. Complete all program reporting to HCD as it pertains to this grant. Prepare program records for monitoring by state representatives. And assist draw requests, annual Section 504 reports, job tracking reports, and other reports as required. The cost for phase 2 consulting services will be finalized based on our outcome of phase 1. At this point in time, we do not know if we're going to have one center or 2 centers. We don't know if the center or centers where they're going to be located. So staff will then negotiate with Cox Consulting based on what we have, what the parameters are under phase 1. And I'm here today to answer any questions you may have.
Are there any board questions? Is there any public comment? All right, I'll bring this back. Looking for an action?
I would be happy to make a motion. Terry does an absolutely outstanding job in everything that she does for the county. So I'm very pleased that you're taking on this role for us. Sorry that you left so much money on the table. Not necessarily money that was there, but it just shows how good of a value we have with the work that you do for us, and it really is appreciated, and I look forward to seeing some fruitful work that will greatly benefit our county.
Second.
I have a motion from Supervisor Royce and a second from Supervisor Gray. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much, ladies. Will the clerk please read item 29?
Consideration of hearing a first reading of an ordinance amending Section 2.52.010 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, increasing the salaries of the members of the Board of Supervisors.
Ms. Frem.
Good afternoon. Ann Frem, Human Resources and Risk Manager. For your consideration today is an ordinance that will increase the salary of the Board of Supervisors. In August of 2016, staff presented an ordinance to increase the salary of the Board of Supervisors based upon the class and comp study that was completed in December of 2015. And at that meeting, your board requested the county administrator speak with the grand jury to evaluate a method for increasing the board salaries. At the August 23rd, 2017 board meeting, Mr. Pedro presented the recommended responses to the grand jury's 2016-2017 report that included a section called Board of Supervisors Overview. In that, the grand jury had a recommendation that states the Tuolumne County Supervisors should receive a pay raise equal to the increases negotiated with all county bargaining groups, thus establishing fiscally responsible, consistent, and stable pay practices for the position of the current supervisors and all future supervisors. So at this August meeting, there was much discussion and a consensus among the 4 board members present that some action should be taken to increase the board salaries before December of 2017. And based upon the consensus, the board approved the following recommendation to the grand jury, stating a recommendation has not yet been implemented. The board intends to take action on an ordinance to implement board salary increases before the end of December. So amongst the 3 of the 4 members present at that August 23rd meeting, there was discussion on using the same process that was used for all the other county bargaining units. So by way of review, the salary of the board is established by Tuolumne County Ordinance Section 2.52.010, the California Constitution, Article 11, Section B, and the California Government Codes Section 25123.5 and 25131 govern salary adjustments for the board members. The California Constitution requires compensation of its members be adopted via an ordinance, and the California Government Code requires 2 readings of the ordinance. With the adoption of the ordinance at the second meeting, the ordinance then becomes effective 60 days after its adoption. So the county administrator was directed to bring back 2 ordinance options for the board to consider at this meeting. Option A would be an immediate implementation of the initial salary increase with subsequent increases in July of 2018 and July of 2019. Currently, the board's salary is $39,814.44 a year, and the adjustments would be immediately $47,973.12 a year. I need to define immediate. Of course, that is 60 days after the second reading of the ordinance, which is currently scheduled for September 19th, and then a first of the pay period following that 60 days would make it effective November 26th. The funding for that increase has been included in the 17-18 final budget. July 2018, the salaries would increase to $50,426.48, and July 2019, $51,958.40. Option B delays the implementation until July of 2018. So in July of 2018, the salary would increase to $50,426.48, and July of 2019, $51,958.30. The board's compensation was identified during the salary survey as being 31.15% below the market, which, as the board may recall, during the labor negotiations, we've implemented strategically through bargaining to bring everybody's salaries to approximately 15% below the median, which is what would happen with the board's salaries should your board approve this. If the board wants to consider any other options, we would be glad to work on those and come back at a later date. So staff is recommending the board approve one of the following options to increase the salary of the Board of Supervisors. Option A is waive the first reading and set the second reading for our September 19th, 27 meeting to adopt an ordinance amending Section 2.52.010 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, increasing the salary of the Board of Supervisors effective November 26, 2017, from $39,814.44 to $47,973.12, effective the pay period including July 1st, 2018, from $47,973.12 to $50,426.48, and effective the pay period including July 1st, 2019, from $50,426.48 to $51,958.40. Option B would be waiving the first reading and setting the second reading again for September 19th, 2017, which would increase the board's salaries effective pay period beginning July 1st, 2018, from $39,814.44 to $50,426.48, and then effective the pay period including July 1st, 2019, from $50,426.48 to $51,958.40.
Are there any board questions? All right. Like to hear any public comment? Come on up to the podium, sir. Yeah.
Hello, Board. Dave Titchenall. I want to start off by picking up where Evan Royce made a comment earlier this morning, and that is about the public sacrifice that's involved in doing the public's work. You know, George Washington prosecuted the Revolutionary War for 8 years without ever once taking a bit of compensation. He kept really good records on his expenses and got all those paid back, but he was never paid for his service. And even more recently, we have a president that is now declining to take his salary for his 4 years in office. So those are just a couple of examples of what public service can mean. Another thing that caught me was a comment that was made that increasing the salary would open it up to a better field of candidates. And I have to look at the board that I see right here, and I don't see one person sitting there that considered salary of this job when you took it. I think you all took it because you wanted to have public service. And so I see a very well-qualified Board of Supervisors sitting here who, whether the salary was what it is now or whether it was $60,000 a year, wouldn't have impacted how you guys took on the job and do your jobs on a daily basis. I I would agree that it is a lot of work, and I would agree that there's some adjustments to how you are paid. It's really bad optics to vote yourselves a raise. It's always been the case when politicians are able to do that. The public certainly doesn't like it. So perhaps an option would be, I don't really like the idea of tying it to what other government employees make in the county, because you guys are directly involved in giving those raises or approving those raises. So in a way, you get to kind of up your own salary if you approve in bargaining that the rest of the county salaries are going to go up. So maybe we tie it to the median income of Tuolumne County, and you can do it in such a way that whatever increases are coming wouldn't take effect until after your current term. So that way you couldn't be seen as trying to self-enrich yourselves at the job, because it is the optics. I don't begrudge any of you for needing more money for all the time and money that you put in, but I agree that the optics of it and the credibility of the board, as Royce said, is important. That's what I got to say.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is John Flynn. The last time I was here, Larry Ritelli was the board supervisor. It's about 15 years ago. And I read the local paper every day, and I'm retired. And your income of, we're just going to call it $39,814. I know it's 40, the lady said, but. And if you'd all take a hit, or not take a hit, but just pay yourself a stipend of $700 each per month, that would be a saving for one supervisor, $31,414.44. And times 5, that would be a savings of 5 supervisors, $157,070. And the city you're the city administrator? County administrator? Yeah. You could take you make like $334,000? No? No, okay. Well, someone told me he makes $334,000. All right, we'll waive that. And anyways, if the 5 of you paid yourself $700 a month, which is a stipend, you all are have pensions, you're married, your wives are working, you have other investments, you really don't need this extra money. And then instead of, like you said, sir, Mr. Gray, you said, well, maybe we can give $35,000 to the library, and they asked for $40,000. Well, if you took the hit and paid yourself $700 a month, there'd be $157,070. You could give $40,000 to the county library at that point. And the sheriff deputies and county and court employees, they're entitled to a raise. But none of you are sheriff deputies. None of you are firemen. The fire departments have a first priority in this county. But none of you have that priority. You're not worried. What are you doing? Are you driving bulldozers during a fire season? Water tenders? Are you doing anything that's life savings? No. So I'll just leave it at that because I think just drew a blank. And thank you for your time, but that's it.
Thank you.
Man, I'm going to be your new best friend today. So the Constitution allows you to take a salary. I believe the governance of counties allows you to take a salary, and there is a protocol for how you take a salary. So I believe the discussion in the grand jury report was about tying it to other agencies because you're required to vote on a salary. So I don't want to look at you personally. I just want to look at the position itself. And I think we do need a salary increase because you make less than the median income in this county. And $700 a month wouldn't pay for your gas. Because I know how far some of you travel, and I see some of you down here on the weekends. So, and I was there during the rim fire at the Sierra Bible community meetings, and I saw that you were all there at the crack of dawn. You were there till late at night. You're responsible for emergency management. You have to make the big decisions, including this one. And we need to attract people, and not everyone who serves up there has a pension, Mr. Royce. And if another person who was younger and had a family Could they make the sacrifice and take the pay cut it would need or would be required to become a member of the Board of Supervisors? So I think it's a fiscally responsible thing for you to vote for the position to get a salary increase, and I would opt for option A.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? All right, I'm going to bring this back to the board for conversation.
Okay. I seem to be the one to break the ice more frequently.
I was going to try. But
Okay, no, go ahead. Be my guest. No, I'll go ahead and go first. First of all, the gentleman talked about being here when Larry Rotelli was on the board, and I think that was about the last time that this board has actually gotten a meaningful salary increase. We did increase it in 2013. I misspoke once before, but that was to offset a decrease in some benefits, so that our net take-home was exactly the same, or pretty close to it. This job has changed a lot. We were here earlier today and talked about the jail, okay, and the fact that we got $33 million of grant funding for that jail. I honestly, we might have gotten that anyway, eventually. I don't think we would have gotten it when we were. I don't think we would have been sitting here today talking about approving the design like we were today if several of us hadn't been actively involved in that. And you are only partly right. The $700 wouldn't pay for the gas. It certainly would not pay for the amount of money that several of us invest every month in this job. I don't have a real good metric, but I'm guessing I spend somewhere between 20 to 25% of my salary every month doing this job. And I do that, I'm fine with that, and I would be fine with it going forward if we didn't get a pay increase. I am going to vote for either option A or B, and I really don't care which, because it's not about me, okay? It's about the next generation of supervisors and who can qualify financially, not a formal qualification, but who can have the wherewithal to come do this job and do it the right way. This isn't about having 5 butts and seats on the dais on every Tuesday. This is about getting the kind of people into the job that have the personal flexibility along with the dedication. The dedication, you wouldn't sit here if you didn't have the dedication. And Mr. Tichenall, thank you very much for your words about that. So it's not about that. There will always be dedicated people that will come forward. But how many other dedicated people are out there that would like to do it but just can't from a financial standpoint? And I, I want the best possible people here. I want the field as wide open to qualified people so that the voters can decide, not the salary decide who's going to be their supervisor. And I'm sorry, I hate voting for my own pay raise. I've talked to county council. You can peg it to an outside thing like the judges' salaries or whatever, but anytime you peg something automatically, you run the risk that you're going to have to do something to your employees in the way of compensation that is going to go in the opposite direction in a bad way to what you're going to automatically get. I know there are people that would like to not ever have the Board of Supervisors have to pay their vote for their own pay raise. I'm sorry. I think that that's part of the reason that I was elected was to make those hard votes. And I know that my vote is not going to resonate with some of my constituents, but it's the right thing to do for the future of this county. And so I am going to support option A or B. Again, I don't care which one it is, but this is something, it's been 10 or 12 years, more than that probably. It's for the future of this county. That's the way I'm going to vote. Thank you.
Supervisor Gray?
Yeah, I just want to address a couple things Evan said earlier today, and he's right in that we do this job because our heart's in doing this job. The problem is that there's a lot of people out there that have heart and want to do this job and couldn't afford to do it because the pay isn't enough. It's just not enough to do it. I know I drive on the average of 300 miles a week because I live in Groveland. Everything that happens down here. So, like Supervisor Rotifer, a good portion of my salary goes to the job. And that's just the way it is. I knew it when I took the job. I knew what the salary, actually, I didn't know it until somewhere through the campaign that how much it got paid. I didn't check that out first. But the fact is, we really limit the field when we don't pay this job enough. And the idea that, public servants shouldn't get paid, we could say, well, should judges not get paid? Should the sheriff not get paid? Should the tax collector not get paid? They're all public servants. The fact is, you have to have some money to live by. And I think the salary that we base this job on right now is not enough for the average person to get by. And I'm going, like Supervisor Rutherford, A or B is fine with me, but I think it's time. I've been on this board since 2009. We've addressed the pay raise many times. We've just kicked it and kicked it. Now's the time not to do that. Let's make a decision. That's all I got to say.
So, I'll go next. This conversation is an important conversation to have, and whether we like it or not, it is a reality that there are individuals that would consider this job, except they simply can't afford it. I can look at my own personal experience, and I took a tremendous decrease in what I was making to take this job. And I was fortunate that I had a family that could support me and pick up the slack, and it allowed me to do it. But if I didn't have that support behind me, there is absolutely no way that I could have been in this chair. I don't believe my story is unique at all, and I believe that we lose the potential of qualified individuals that would like to seek and be run for the Board of Supervisors, but they simply wouldn't be able to afford it. This is difficult, but I think that Supervisor Rotifer really hit it. I think it is important because it needs to be very thoughtful. There needs to be consideration. So I believe that we as a board should have to make this difficult choice. I think that we should have to have this conversation. And we know that we will have accountability with our constituents. That is part of this process. I will say that I've had a number of people reach out to me since this has been in the paper. And overwhelmingly, they have expressed support for this position because they believe that we are doing, we're full-time. We're putting in the energy, and that if we want to continue to get qualified candidates, that we have to tackle this subject. So I, too, I'm don't have a strong desire whether it's A or B, but I will vote in favor of one of those two options.
I guess it's my turn. Unfortunately, I'm a little bothered, but the public doesn't understand this job. I did a lot of work trying to prepare myself for this job. once I was interested in it and then decided to run. And I thought I was pretty well prepared. This job takes a whole lot more time if you do it right than people realize it. And the costs associated with it, sure, we go to lunch. We go to lunch with clients and constituents and things like that, and we don't turn those bills in. We drive a lot. In case you haven't noticed, this is a pretty big county. Now, I can't claim the driving miles necessarily that Supervisor Gray does because he's the land baron in the county. But if you tour your district, you spend any time out in your district checking roads and checking what's going on, you spend a fair amount of miles. And then we do lots of other things. This job is not a full-time job. It's more than a full-time job. People think of this as a full-time job is 40 hours a week, and these days I'm not sure it isn't less than that. I don't think you can do this job in 40 hours and do it right. So I believe, and while you can get a bunch of old guys like me who have a pension, maybe you're on Social Security, things like that, to come do this job, let me point out to you that the salary we pay our supervisors qualifies a family of two as low income. That's because I sit on the Housing Policy Committee and we talk about low income, that I even know that. I probably wouldn't pay attention otherwise. But I've met some younger people who would like to run for supervisor, and they're really intelligent, thinking, hardworking people, but they can't do this. They can't do this. And I'm not sure our solution, by the way, today actually gets to the point where we're going to attract a lot of those people. I'm a little bothered by our process and stuff like that. But we've got to make the step to do this right. And I think my colleagues have said it. It's not about us. It's about the next generation. And I seriously want to find someone that can take this job and do it. They don't have to agree with me, but they've got to be able to do it, do what the job deserves, what you, the people, deserve in a supervisor. I think that is so important. It's not to come and vote on Tuesday. It's a lot more than that. And if you don't put in the work, or you can't afford to put in the work because you're diverted and you're worried about paying the bills, then you're not the right person. So I don't like this particular solution because I don't think it's the right solution. It is a step in the right direction, and so we need to do something.
We've already had public comment?
We've had public comment.
Okay.
Did you want to say something?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. So when I first ran for this position, I didn't know it was paid. I didn't even know that. I was pretty naive. I was 27 years old. I think I was just, personality-wise, I think I'm, well, I was going to say a risk taker, but also a knucklehead. But the comments I made earlier, first thing I want to be clear, I don't want any of them to reflect negatively on any of my fellow board members, colleagues up here. If I were just your boss, I would give you all a huge raise if that's what it was about. As a principal, I don't feel comfortable voting for a raise for myself, for one. I don't like the vulnerability it creates for both myself and you guys. And I want this board to continue doing the work that it's doing. We do a good job on the day-to-day stuff, but we also have a vision, a long-term vision that I want to see through. And I want to be up here with this board to see it through. And I think that's important. As a principal, for me personally in this position, I feel like it's I feel like it's critical for someone to be here because the position needs you more than you need it. I don't want people to be here because it's a job. I don't want people to be here because it's a career. I think for the public's sake and for everybody, I probably spend the least amount of time at this point in my role being here than any other of these board members, partly because I'm the youngest, partly because I have a very active business position. I have 20 employees. I don't have kids yet. Imagine that. That'd be crazy. But I have shaped my position here in a certain way that I'm capable of doing because of the commitment that these other board members have. I know some of these guys spend 60, 70 hours a week traveling all over the state. In the beginning, for the first couple years, I think I did that, and I've partly due to frustration, and I can only handle so much of it personality-wise, but partly because I just don't have the time to do it. I don't. But for me, as a principal, I don't want to do this, and I don't. I like it being a sacrifice. I like being underpaid up here because it makes it more of a righteous thing to do. It makes me feel that way, like I'm sacrificing something to be here. And I don't know. If it was just a job, I would have quit a long time ago because it's not fun. I'm dedicated to Tuolumne County, and I know all of you are as well. I'm just trying to give you another perspective on the reasons. I'm a young person. Like I said, I was 27. My business was young at that time. I was hardly making any money at all because the economy sucked, and I'm a contractor, right? But I did it anyways. I didn't care if I worked 100 hours a week. Anyways, I love you guys, and you deserve it. I just don't want it to hurt us and what we're trying to do.
I'm going to move on staff recommendation B, just simply because that's the least intrusive budgetary impact. But again, this is just something it's hard to say it's not about us because we will benefit, but I'm doing it for the future of Tuolumne County, and I'm doing it for future boards, and I just want the best again, I want the electors able to make the choice, not the salary.
I have a motion.
I'm going to go ahead and second option B. I prefer option A, but I believe that with our budget constraints that we have, this is probably the most practical way to go about it. Again, I'm kicking the can down the road a little bit further, but at least there's movement.
I have a motion by Supervisor Rotifer, a second by Supervisor Gray. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4 supervisors for it and Supervisor Royce against it. Thank you.
Thanks.
Will the clerk please read item 30?
Reports.
And I will start to my left with Ms. Creel.
I have a couple reports, which some of you already know, but I was asked to serve a 2-year term with the County Council Association Board of Directors, so that'll start in September, next week actually when I go to the conference. And then I was also appointed by the State Bar to the Commission on Judicial Nominees Evaluation, and that will start in January. Thank you.
Supervisor Rotifer.
I've spoken enough today. No report.
Supervisor Royce.
No
Supervisor
report.
Gray.
Well, I do have something to say. Since the last board meeting, the Finance Committee met, and we talk about this a lot in terms of we need to focus on revenue enhancement and we need to focus on cost effectiveness. So we have formed 2 separate committees, if you will. Supervisor Rotifer is going to lead a committee with all the department heads on.
Not committee.
Team. I'm sorry, team. I'm sorry. What do you call it? Rose by any other name. Anyway, he's going to lead the revenue team, looking at the grassroots ways that we can improve our revenue stream. And I'm going to lead a team on cost effectiveness, cost productivity, cost avoidance, whatever you want to call it. And we're going to do that. The other thing I think is really important, we had a meeting, and we need to get the second meeting going here. In Cedar Ridge area, including Comstock Ranch, there is an evacuation route that was used several times this last year. It was used during the Oak Fire, both to evacuate people from Sierra Outdoor School and to get fire equipment in there. It was used this year when the culvert blew out on Q and Mill, and also when Q and Mill was flooded. It's been used when a power pole would be down and there was no way in and out of there except to go through the evacuation route. Evacuation route, I'll call it temporary evacuation route. It's a combination of forest road, private road, and quote, county road, but not county maintained road. And anyway, it took a lot of damage. And in an emergency this next winter, it probably would be impassable for a low vehicle, shall I say. So we're working on trying to find a solution to how we get that fixed, what it costs, and creating it so that we can handle two-way traffic on it. By that, I mean turnouts. We aren't going to make it that wide. And the Forest Services Cooperative was a good team to work on it, but we need to get that thing done. It's a public safety issue. Those are the kinds of things we work on. The Little Hoover Commission called me, and we spent an hour on the phone talking about tree mortality and tree issues in Tuolumne County. And I also spent time with Sunny Wright McPeak. In case you don't know her, she runs the California Emerging Technologies Fund, basically broadband deployment, and we're working with Sunny and Central Sierra Connect to try and improve ideas to improve our broadband deployment here. And then I also testified in front of the Assembly twice last week, once on I think the bill is 265, but that is the bill sponsored by Bigelow, which would take the money that PG&E forfeited for their fine, if you will, for Butte Fire, and PG&E agreed to this, by the way, and donate it to tree mortality efforts in the state. And so I testified on the importance of that $8.3 million. It's not enough to solve the problem, but it's more money that we can put in the hands of our people, and we'll be competing for it like everybody else. But if they approve it, it'll be more money we can compete for and get the problem done and protect our people. And the other one we testified on was again a broadband deployment issue. It was strange to represent rural counties kind of in opposition unless amended. They got up and presented this thing, and some people I knew were in favor of it, and I wondered why they were in favor of it. But there were 3 amendments they never read to us, never gave us copies of. We didn't know what they were, but they claimed after we spoke that they addressed many of our issues. I don't know where that'll end up, but I'm still trying to get those amendments so I can see what they say. But these are the kind of things we do, and it's important that we do these things. There were some other things, but that's enough for today.
Mr. Pedro.
Yeah, just a couple of items. I think you've seen what the office has been involved in the last couple of weeks. And I do want to just thank them. They're listening. I hope they're listening. They work really hard for you guys and the public, and I know you feel that way, but just to say it on a number of fronts.
And we appreciate it.
Yes. I did want to mention AB 1250. That's that bill that would really up the ante on having to prove that it makes sense to contract out on every single contract that we have. Your board had previously taken a position in opposition to that. And there's another request from CSAC that came in asking again to get the word out. I went ahead and just, since you'd already taken it, yes, I already sent stuff out as well. And hopefully that bill will stop. It's something that would make it very difficult to provide services, particularly in small rural counties, and would definitely increase the cost of providing services. So just so you know, lesser thing, I'm going to have to bring something back to have a discussion. I mentioned at a meeting last week, But our facilitator for our annual retreat, who actually ran into Supervisor Hanvelt last week, literally ran into him, said that he is going to be out of the country in both January and February. So I'll need to come back to you guys and talk options, either to speed that retreat up or slow it down, or get another facilitator or something, so that we have some direction and time to think about it, how we want to approach that this coming year. That's it.
Mr. Marr.
Madam Chairman, could I add one more thing? Really important.
Only because I had asked Mr. Marr. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Supervisor.
I think you're all aware, but the public needs to be aware of this, that we took a lot of road damage this last year. And FEMA came out months ago and changed people and done all sorts of things about encouraging us to repair our roads. It ain't happening. FEMA is not supporting us. And so what I have done, twice at least, I have sent notes to Senator Harris's office and Senator Feinstein's office and Congressman McClintock's office to try and garner some support and get somebody to kick FEMA in the appropriate place to get things moving. And I've since contacted Mark Ghilarducci of Cal OES to get that. I'm getting some positive responses, but I don't see FEMA moving. I'm going to encourage anybody who feels the desire. We need our roads workable, passable this winter, and if we don't get them fixed and we're running out of time, they're going to take a lot more damage this next year, and FEMA won't pick up the difference. So we need some help.
And I would add that that's going to be on our next natural resource agenda, and I believe we'll have a letter that will be coming to the board for consideration. So I just have one piece that I want to report on, and I worked with Sonora Area Foundation. We've had a number of conversations in the community about homelessness. The city in August appointed a task force to look at it. We have problems countywide, but I don't think that we have a clear idea of exactly what our problem is. And so Sonora Area Foundation is going to provide the funding to replicate the PIT count. The PIT count is the point-in-time count, and we're going to do it at the end of September. And this is important because we think that we have a part of our population moves seasonally. So we don't have a clear idea of what we actually have occurring in Tuolumne County. The PIT count doesn't get at a number of the questions that we need to answer if we're going to be able to find some solutions. And so I'm hopeful that this is going to give us some very good information. It is going to be an effort that ATCA is going to undertake. And I'm encouraged that we're going to be able to hopefully get some data that can help us. And we need to remember that grant funding, the competitive grant funding for solutions, is based on your point-in-time count. And so if our numbers are historically low because we do that in January and that population is somewhat transient, that affects our ability to get grant funding. So I want to thank the Sonora Area Foundation and ATCA for assisting in this effort, and hopefully we'll get some information that will be beneficial for the county. So with that, I believe we will go back to our budget item. Will the clerk please reread?
This is continued consideration of adopting all budget actions contained in the fiscal year 2017-18 budget document, including the personnel recommendations, information technology capital project list, the appropriation computation method and resulting limit, and the fiscal year 2017-18 adopted budget resolution.
Madam Chair, I'm going to let Debbie and Tracy, who've been working on this all this time, speak to you about it, but I did want to just an important footnote is the action that your board just took on your salaries is not going to be reflected in this document right now because they'd have to change a whole bunch of other things. But we'll bring that back to your board and recommend taking that money out of the board cost center and putting that into contingencies. We'll do that at a future meeting.
Okay. Good afternoon. Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office. And we have Deb Batista, as you know, our Auditor Controller here. So real quick, I'll just go over the items. You have some handouts in front of you. One of those is a summary of the items that your board directed us to change, and those changes are what Debbie and I just made in the system together. You also have a new resolution. You have a allocated positions by department summarized that Ann Fremd amended for you. And then Deb also provided a copy of her GAN limits. So what I will go over real quick for you and for the public just are what are the changes that we made. And that is in the, it's labeled fiscal year 2017-18 adopted budget, board directed changes. Real quick, we started out with contingencies of $958,131. The changes that we made in the system were to outside agencies. We created a new account, and it's a Fire Safe Council for $25,000. Economic Development, Arts Council, $35,000. Library, $21,915. Recreation, $37,573. CAO Water Consultant, $35,850. And Swift resides in the OES Cost Center. We increased that by $9,000 for a total of $164,338, making your new contingencies $793,793. And with that, I will defer to Deb for her to go over her comments and GAN limits.
And just one clarification, recreation, that's the net amount. There was a $40,000, because or else I would not be changing my GAN limit. There's a $40,000 revenue increase. So the effect in recreation was to increase revenue by $40,000 and to increase expenses by $77,573. But the net effect on contingency was $37,573. So what you have in front of you is your GAN limit. This is something that you have to adopt every single year, and it just makes sure that our taxes stay under the GAN limit. Our GAN limit is quite large, thank goodness. And so what I'm asking you to do is choose alternative number 5, because that gives us the best alternative. It will bring our GAN limit up to $147,707,597, of which only $53,816,335 is your real limit, or the amount of money from the proceeds of taxes that we're applying. So if one wanted to do the math, you could almost raise taxes. You'd never get reelected. You could almost raise taxes by almost another $90,000 and be okay. You guys don't like my entertainment today. So, 104, what did I say, 1,000? 147 million. Sorry about that.
All
Little
right.
different.
Are there any board questions? Is there any public comment? All right. Bring this back.
Madam Chair, I'll move on staff recommendation to adopt or to approve the adopted 2017-18 budget, reducing contingencies to $793,793, and accepting the GAN limit per number 5.
Second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Rotifer, a second by Supervisor Gray. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much, staff. And with that, the meeting is adjourned.
Okay.
Yeah.